Good afternoon. My name is James Valentine, and welcome to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting for SYNGAP1. We're coming to you live from the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, actually not too far from where the U.S. Food and Drug Administration headquarters are located. To open today's meeting, it is my pleasure to introduce my appropriately socially distanced co-host, Monica Weldon, the founder and CEO of Bridge the Gap SYNGAP Education and Research Foundation. Monica?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Monica Weldon, and I am the founder, president, and CEO of Bridge the Gap. It is a nonprofit advocacy organization dedicated to improving the lives of children, adults, and families affected by the SYNGAP1 mutation. I would like to welcome everyone to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting for SYNGAP1. We especially extend a welcome to the staff of the Food and Drug Administration who are taking the time out of their busy day to be with us. We would also like to thank our industry sponsors who have generously helped support the cost of this meeting. You will see their names in upcoming slides. Most of all, I would like to give a special welcome to all the people living with SYNGAP1 and their family members who are here to share their stories today. We are all here to listen and learn from you about what it is like to live with SYNGAP1. As an introduction, SYNGAP1 is a gene located in the brain that makes a protein called SYNGAP. This gene plays a very important role in nerve and early brain development. The first SYNGAP patient was identified in 2009. People can be affected across a range of severities, as you will see later in this meeting. I first became interested in SYNGAP in 2012 when my son Beckett was one of the first 6 patients in the world to be diagnosed with this rare neurological condition. When Beckett was 4 months old, I noticed he was not meeting his milestones as his twin sister. This began an incredible journey to find help for my son. I started to blog about his progress, and this led to building a community of parents and caregivers who are now a strong support group called Bridge the Gap SYNGAP Education and Research Foundation. My passion is to help support these families by raising awareness and creating a strong foundation that will accelerate a path to better therapies. But this community is so much more than just one organization. It is a global community of SYNGAP1 families, groups of organizations from around the world representing a dynamic, diverse community. We are grateful for the wide array of groups and organizations that have rallied to bring our patient community together for this landmark day. A special thanks to the broad coalition of SYNGAP1 organizations from 11 other countries who bring together our global community. We hope to hear your voices from all around the world during today's meeting. This is an incredible opportunity for us to listen and learn from caregivers and people living with SYNGAP. They are the experts on what it is like to live with SYNGAP on a daily basis. They will help us better understand the symptoms of SYNGAP and how those symptoms impact their lives. They will also share what they are doing to try to treat their SYNGAP. There continues to be a serious unmet medical need and a lack of treatments for people living with SYNGAP1. Our hope is that this meeting will help bring to light the things that are most important to our families and what might make the biggest difference in our lives. We hope that hearing our stories today will be educational and that you will learn more about the experiences that matter most to our patients, the perspectives on meaningful treatments and benefits, and more about patients and families who would like to engage in the drug development process. Patients and families will be able to participate today through a live polling questions, as well as calling in and writing comments. We thank you all for joining us for this virtual meeting today. I would now like to introduce Dr. Michelle Campbell, who is a senior clinical analyst for stakeholder engagement and clinical outcomes in the FDA Office of Neuroscience. She is part of the FDA that will review all potential new drugs for SYNGAP1. Dr. Campbell will be providing some opening remarks from an FDA perspective. Welcome, Dr. Campbell. We're glad to have you.
Well, thank you, Monica, and thank you, James. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Michelle Campbell, and I lead stakeholder engagement and clinical outcomes for the Office of Neuroscience and the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. First, I'm happy to see so many patients, caregivers, and advocates on the web today. I thank you all for being part of this meeting and sharing your experiences with us. I'd also like to thank the Bridge the Gap, SYNGAP Education and Research Foundation, and all of the staff that was involved in planning this meeting. I know we also have representation from industry, academia, and other medical product stakeholders participating online as well. While FDA plays a critical role in medical product development, we are just one part of the process, and I'm glad to see a high level of interest from those who also play an important role. We share the patient's community's commitment to facilitate the development of safe and effective medical products for SYNGAP1. Know when we say medical product development, we mean it in the broadest sense of identifying, developing, and evaluating potential therapies or devices that can help patients manage their condition. We are here to learn from you and your experiences with SYNGAP1. 7 years ago, under the Prescription Drug User Fee Act 5, or PDUFA 5, the FDA started its patient-focused drug development program. During the first 5 years, we conducted 24 patient-focused drug development meetings. These meetings brought patients, caregivers, and various members of the FDA community together to listen and learn about the patient's experience with their disease or disorder. Since the ending of PDUFA 5, and we are now into PDUFA 6, we have continued to conduct these PFDD meetings with an additional 4 meetings. What we learned from these meetings is that patients are experts in their lived experience of their disease or disorder, and that patients are uniquely positioned to inform regulatory agencies and provide an understanding of the burden of the disease and current treatment that is available. Another outcome from the PFDD meetings we held in the past was the growth of patient-focused drug development meetings being hosted outside of FDA, like this one today. As I said earlier, this is why we are here today, to learn from the experts on the lived experience of SYNGAP1. FDA protects and promotes public health by evaluating the safety, effectiveness, and quality of new products, but we do not develop medical products or conduct clinical trials. It is, however, FDA's responsibility to ensure that the benefits of a product outweighs its risks. Therefore, having this kind of dialogue is extremely valuable for us. Hearing what patients and caregivers care about can help us lead the way in figuring out how best to facilitate medical product development and understand how patients view the benefits and risk of therapies and devices for SYNGAP1. We learned so much from these meetings. We look forward to incorporating what we learned today into the agency's thinking and understanding of how patients view benefits and risk of therapies and devices for SYNGAP1. We thank you for your participation, particularly during these unusual times. We are grateful to each of you for being here today and sharing your personal stories, experiences, and perspectives. And now I will turn it back to Monica and James in the studio.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Now I would like to welcome a world-renowned SYNGAP1 expert who will be providing a clinical overview. Dr. Jimmy Holder is a clinician scientist that is an assistant professor at Baylor College of Medicine and is a practicing neurology at Texas Children's Hospital, and also serves as Bridge the Gap's SYNGAP Scientific Advisory Board's chair. Welcome, Jimmy, and thank you for sharing with us today.
Okay, thank you so much. So I have the daunting task of telling the audience everything they need to know in 10 minutes about SYNGAP1. So I will move fairly quickly, but I'm always happy to discuss offline if anyone has any questions. I will briefly discuss some off-label uses of medications. So mutations in SYNGAP1 were first identified now just over 10 years ago in this landmark paper in the New England Journal of Medicine, where 3 little girls who had loss of function mutations in SYNGAP1 were identified, who also have non-syndromic intellectual disability. Since that initial publication, there have been additional publications identifying more children with SYNGAP1 mutations and broadening the phenotypes associated with SYNGAP1 loss of function, including, again, intellectual disability, but also epilepsy, autism, and in some cases, a syndromic form of intellectual disability. Just this past year, the largest exome sequencing effort to identify genetic variants associated with autism identified SYNGAP1 as one of the more common monogenic causes of autism. And then briefly, the SYNGAP1 protein produces, the SYNGAP1 gene produces the SYNGAP protein. The SYNGAP protein is a RAS-RAP GTPase activating protein where it acts to inhibit the activity of small g proteins such as RAS, RAP, and RABs. When you have loss of function of SYNGAP, that is loss of one copy of functional SYNGAP and therefore haploinsufficiency and a 50% reduction of SYNGAP, this leads to increased activity of downstream small g proteins and most notably of RAS. Increased activity of RAS can lead to a cascade of events, including increased ERK activity, increased insertion of AMPA receptors into the postsynaptic membrane. And it's thought that this, in part, leads to the hyperexcitability of neurons that are seen in animal models and potentially of seizures and developmental delay in patients. So what do we know about SYNGAP? Well, we have a number of animal models, both mouse, rat, and I failed to put on here zebrafish as well, of SYNGAP1 haploinsufficiency. Rescue of some of these abnormalities can be rescued with restoration of SYNGAP1 in adult mice. We also have 20 years of knowledge of SYNGAP function. I just very briefly went over that. But really, the identification of mutations in the SYNGAP1 gene in patients is lagging behind that of the basic biology of SYNGAP. We do have a growing number of human mutations, and I'll briefly touch on that in a minute. And then we also now have human neurons completely deficient for SYNGAP. What we still lack in general is prospective clinical data. We have a number of publications looking retrospectively at clinical symptoms and signs of patients with SYNGAP1 mutations, but prospective data has lagged behind. I will show some data that we've generated in that regard. We also need a better understanding of the heterogeneity of the clinical manifestations associated with mutations in the SYNGAP1 gene. Patient neuron data would be very beneficial for both developing therapeutic entry points as well as for preclinical studies of potential therapies. So what I will talk about today is basically 2 points: the heterogeneity of clinical phenotypes associated with SYNGAP1 mutations, and then some of the prospective clinical data that we have. So again, mutations in SYNGAP1 are nearly universally de novo, and they are nearly universally loss of function mutations. Most of the mutations that have been identified either result in nonsense or frame shift changes. Most of the mutations lie within the middle of the gene between around exons 4 and 18, shown here in the SYNGAP1 gene. And it's thought that most of the pathologic mutations have been identified in these regions because the extreme 5' and 3' ends of the gene are alternatively spliced. In terms of clinical phenotypes, the most common phenotype, a nearly universal phenotype, is some degree of developmental delay. And we really see this in all domains of development, including language delay, which you see here, some of our retrospective data indicating that the age at first, appropriate use of first word, around 3 years of age, where neurotypical is around 1 year of age. Gross motor development is also delayed, where walking occurs on average around 22, 24 months of age, whereas neurotypical kids develop the skill around 12 to 15 months. And then fine motor development, such as scribbling or using utensils, is also significantly delayed. As I mentioned, we've started to develop some prospective data in terms of development using a test called the Capute scales for developmental assessment. I'll briefly show you some of that data. Here we see our cohort of patients, around 20 patients or so that have undergone developmental assessment. And what we see is that for gross motor development, looking at the graph on the left here, that at around 50 months of chronological age, on average, the SYNGAP1 kids have a developmental age of around 20 months, so significantly delayed compared to neurotypical kids. The SYNGAP1 kids do indeed continue to develop skills, as you can see here for gross motor development, where the average developmental the average development continues to increase over time. But their development compared to neurotypical children does in fact widen over time, resulting in a lower DQ over time. This is true for gross motor as well as fine motor, as shown here. On the left, again, we see that that at around 50 months of age, patients with SYNGAP1 mutations on average have about a 20-month age equivalence in their fine motor development. But again, they continue to develop, they continue to gain skills over time. And then finally, this is also true for language development. Again, you can see that children with SYNGAP1 mutations are significantly delayed compared to their neurotypical peers, but they do continue to gain skills. I will note that there are some outliers from the mean for kids with SYNGAP1 mutations. And at least in our cohort, some of these kids seem to have some unique mutations, such as splice site mutations, missense mutations, or nonsense mutations near the 5' end of the gene, which may impact how these children develop. Right behind developmental delay as the leading phenotype in patients with SYNGAP1 mutations are seizures. In our cohort and other cohorts that have been published, approximately 90% of children with SYNGAP1 mutations develop epilepsy at some point during their life. In our cohort, and again, in those previously published, the most common seizure type are atypical absence, and in particular, a type of absence with eyelid myoclonia. This is followed closely by atonic seizures and then myoclonic and generalized tonic-clonic seizures. Ingrid Sheffer's group in Australia identified a novel type of seizure, which I'll show here, which is a combination of atypical absence and atonic seizure occurring in this patient at around the same time. So what you'll see here is this child's head will drop, then you'll see eye fluttering. So this is a combination of an atonic seizure with atypical absence or absence with eyelid myoclonia. In terms of medication use for seizures, these children tend to respond best to those medications that are used for generalized seizures. In our hands, these include medications like lamotrigine, valproic acid, as well as clobazam. These children seem not to respond very well to sodium channel inhibitors, which are medications that are more typically used for focal onset seizures. So here I'll show you some EEG data from our SYNGAP1 patients. So most of the patients with SYNGAP1 mutations have abnormalities on EEG, and these probably occur even before the onset of clinical seizures. Most of the interictal EEG discharges are in the occipital region, although we do see occasionally some in other regions of the brain, including frontal and temporal regions. One of the more common EEG findings in kids with SYNGAP1 mutations is occipital intermittent rhythmic delta activity. And what you can see here in the fourth lead here, which is a lead from the posterior part of the brain, the occipital region, is high amplitude, low frequency spike and wave activity. And this finding is nearly pathognomonic for patients with SYNGAP1 mutations. Patients with SYNGAP1 mutations also very frequently have behavioral abnormalities. Somewhere between 50 to 60% or more of kids with SYNGAP1 mutations are reported to have behavior issues. Among the behavior issues that are most common include aggressive behavior. In our cohort, this was over 60% of our patients had this behavioral abnormality, as well as hyperactivity and self-injurious behaviors. In our cohort, over 50% of our kids were prescribed a medication for behavior modification. And this included medications such as alpha-2 agonists, such as guanfacine and clonidine. These seem to be somewhat efficacious for improving these behavioral symptoms. Stimulants are frequently prescribed because of hyperactivity in these kids, although in our retrospective data, this seems to be particularly non-effective. And in fact, many of the children prescribed stimulants have worsening of their behavior. And then the antipsychotics are sometimes prescribed for kids with SYNGAP1 with some efficacy. Patients with SYNGAP1 mutations also have abnormalities in sensory perception. This can often be manifested by increased pain tolerance. We looked at this in more detail using a system called the Sensory Profile 2 and found that kids with SYNGAP1 mutations, similar to another neurodevelopmental disorder, Phelan-McDermid syndrome, have abnormalities in all domains of sensory perception, including seeking, sensitivity, avoiding, and registration. Parents very frequently report that children with SYNGAP1 mutations have abnormalities in sleep. We looked at this in detail using the Childhood Sleep Habits Questionnaire and found that indeed children with SYNGAP1 mutations do have worse sleep than healthy controls. Shown here on the left is total score from the CSHQ, where a score of greater than 41 is considered to be a child with a significant sleep abnormality. And you can see here that on average, most children with SYNGAP1 intellectual disability do have a score greater than 41. So what drives this? In our hands, in our study here, we found that night awakenings, abnormalities in sleep duration, and parasomnias drive most of the increase in the total score for the CSHQ in children with SYNGAP1 mutations. And so what does this all mean to the child and to the family? We looked at this in terms of quality of life and specifically health-related quality of life using the PedsQL 4.0. Health-related quality of life is a very specific term that encompasses a number of domains, including school performance, physical performance, emotional performance, psychosocial performance, and social interactions. And what we found is that for SYNGAP1 kids, they have a score that is significantly lower than healthy controls. So shown on the right here is a bar graph comparing children with SYNGAP1 intellectual disability with healthy controls who average on the PedsQL-4 of around an 85 or so. 100 is a perfect score, meaning perfect quality of life. You can see that SYNGAP1 intellectually disabled children have a score significantly lower than other chronic disorders, including type 1 and type 2 diabetes, but interestingly, also lower than idiopathic intellectual disability and idiopathic autism. So we looked at why this is in a bit more detail. And basically what we found was that kids with SYNGAP1 mutations, if you look at their at domains such as the social domain, they have similar scores on their quality of life compared to idiopathic autism and idiopathic intellectual disability. However, if you look at physical performance, kids with SYNGAP1 intellectual disability have significantly lower scores than those with the idiopathic autism or idiopathic intellectual disability, and significantly lower than type 1 or type 2 diabetes. So that's what I am going to tell you today. I just put all of the people that have helped me with our analysis of clinical manifestations associated with SYNGAP1 mutations and some of our funding sources there for some work we've done related to SYNGAP1. So that's all I have, and I'll send it back to the studio.
Thank you, Dr. Holder, for providing that foundation for the clinical side of SYNGAP1. It was a great overview, and I can't wait to see a lot of your unpublished go published. And so that's awesome. Thank you so much. Now I'm going to hand this back over to James, and I would like to introduce James Valentine, who will be our moderator for today's meeting. James has worked over 12 years as a champion for the patient voice in drug development. This started with his time at the FDA, where he was a patient liaison and helped establish the PFDD initiative. Since leaving the FDA 6 years ago, he began an integral part of the transition to the PFDD meetings to the externally led meetings we're having today, and has helped many patient groups organize and moderate nearly 3/4 of these 40+ meetings. James brought that experience and has been working closely with the BTG team to plan this meeting, and he has been an invaluable ally to this cause. And so I know we're in good hands, and thank you so much, and I'm glad that you are moderating today. Thanks.
Oh, well, thank you for that introduction, Monica, and it's truly my pleasure to be the moderator for today's PFDD meeting. So now that we've heard a clinical overview from a disease expert, as well as from a colleague from the Food and Drug Administration, now we turn to the core of today's meeting, which is to hear from you, individuals living with SYNGAP1 and their direct caregivers, about the experiences of persons living with SYNGAP1. Patient-focused drug development is a more systematic way of gathering patient perspectives on their condition and on available treatments. As you heard from FDA's Dr. Michelle Campbell, your input can help inform the agency's understanding of SYNGAP1 to help inform drug development and review. So far, FDA has held 29 of its own PFDD meetings, and today marks the 43rd externally led PFDD. And due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, believe it or not, today is the 10th fully virtual PFDD of its kind. With over 7,000 known rare diseases alone, this is a unique and an important opportunity for this community. Today's meeting is interactive, so let me tell you a bit about what we'll be asking of you. First, we're going to be exploring the patient and caregiver experience with living with SYNGAP1 and its impacts on your daily life. Then, in our second session, we'll bring everyone back together to explore the various approaches to treatment. And we'll also be asking you for your preferences for future treatment and regarding participation in clinical trials. Within that structure of those two topics, what will our discussions actually look like? Well, today we're going to be using 3 different methods. First, we're going to be hearing from a panel of patients and caregivers with SYNGAP1, who for each of our 2 topics will set a good foundation for the discussion. Those panelists were selected to reflect a range of experiences with SYNGAP1. Of course, it's not possible to represent the full range of experiences, and that's why, following those panelists' statements, we're going to broaden the discussion to all of you who are following along live with us today and our audience, all of you patients and caregivers who are tuned in. Your input will build on those panel statements, and I'll be asking you questions and inviting you to provide comments and share with us today. As Monica mentioned in her opening, this can be done in one of 2 ways. We want you to dial in by phone. We'll be sharing a phone number with you often throughout this program. We invite you to call in and have a conversation with us, share your experiences. There's also the opportunity to provide written comments. We'll see a comment feature on the live stream webpage you're on today, and I'll be reminding you throughout the program to provide those written comments that we'll be reading live with us. You'll also notice that we have an invited group of Zoom panelists, other caregivers of people living with SYNGAP1, who will be going to throughout the program to also share additional insights and experiences. Finally, soon and throughout the program, we're going to be asking you to participate in polling questions. This will be an opportunity for patients and caregivers only to use your phones to respond. You can also, if you're following along on a computer, open up a new tab in a browser to answer those questions, and I'll be giving those instructions shortly. These questions will help us broaden the discussion to all of our patient and caregiver participants today, and will also aid in our discussion because we'll be probing some of those responses that you give via polling. So I want to say that while we have a good amount of time today to hear from all of you, this is not your only opportunity to share your input. Whether you're someone who's with us live today and you walk away from the meeting maybe having shared some things, but maybe not everything you wanted to share, there will be an opportunity to provide written comments within that same comment feature for the next 30 days after this meeting. Or if you're watching this on demand, the recording of this meeting, and you're wondering, can I provide my input too? Yes, absolutely. We encourage you as well to go to that same written comment box and provide your input. All of today's input and all of that written input will then be summarized in what is called a Voice of the Patient report, which is a summary report of today's meeting that will be provided to FDA and be made available publicly for researchers and developers. So before we jump into the real core of today's meeting and start asking you some questions, some polling questions to be specific, I do have some ground rules that I want to cover. So we encourage individuals with SYNGAP1 and their caregivers to contribute to the dialogue today through polling, phone, written comments, etc. This is limited to individuals with SYNGAP1 and family members only. We have other stakeholders from the FDA, drug developers, and clinicians who are here to listen. I also want to mention that the views expressed today are inherently personal, and that the discussion may, because of that, get emotional at times. So respect for one another is paramount. And to that end, I ask that you please try to be focused and concise in your comments, so that way we can hear from as many voices as possible. So without further ado, let's get to work. We're going to go to our first set of polling questions just to get a sense of who we have in our audience today. Again, this is for our caregivers and individuals living with SYNGAP1. If you can pull out your phones or open up a browser, or if you're on your computer, you can open up a new tab in your browser and go to pollev.com/SYNGAP. You'll see that URL on the slide here, and it'll be displayed throughout all of our polling questions today. Once you go to this website, you can keep it open throughout the entire duration of today's meetings. All of our various polling questions will show up live as we move to each new question. So our first question for you is we want to know, are you an individual living with SYNGAP, or for option A, or B, are you a parent or legal guardian of someone with SYNGAP? And if you are, after this question, we're going to ask you to answer the following questions on behalf of the person living with SYNGAP that you represent. So we'll give you some time here. We want to make sure everybody has a chance to get into the system. Again, go to pollev.com/SYNGAP. You'll see that displayed on the top of your screen here. And please go ahead and let us know if you're a person living with SYNGAP, option A, or a parent or a legal guardian of someone with SYNGAP, option B. So I know that this is a simple question, but we, of course, want to give everybody a chance to get into this system. That way we'll be able to capture all of your responses throughout the remainder of today's sessions. And so obviously it's very helpful to know up front this very first question. All right, well, I think this one is fairly clear that our representation from the patient community today, and not surprisingly, are the parents and legal guardians, other caregivers of someone with SYNGAP. And so we'll be asking you in our remaining questions to please answer on behalf of the person living with SYNGAP. All right, if we go to our second polling question. So here we want to know, where does the person with SYNGAP live? So for all of you caregivers, this is likely where you live as well, but just to get into the rhythm of this, let's go ahead and get in the rhythm of answering on behalf of the person for which you care. Your options are A, in the U.S. Northeast, B, in the U.S. Mid-Atlantic, C, in the U.S. Midwest, D, in the U.S. South, E, in the U.S. Mountain Region, F, in the U.S. West, G, in Canada, H, Central or South America, I, Europe or UK, J, Asia, K, Africa, L, Australia or New Zealand, or M, some other region or country not listed on this slide. So again, we'll give you some time to get in your responses here. I know everyone's still getting into the system. We want to capture some of these important demographic questions just to get a sense of who we have in our audience. I promise you later in the meeting, we'll have some questions that take a little bit more thought and reflection. But here we really are just trying to get a sense of who we have in the audience today. So while any final results are trickling in, as it stands, it looks like our greatest participation is from the U.S. Mid-Atlantic as well as from the South, followed by U.S. Mountain region. Looks like we also have really good representation from the U.S. Northeast, Canada, Europe and UK, and Asia, as well as from the other regions in the U.S., the Midwest and the West. So that's a great distribution of participants from all over the United States. And we also are glad to see we have some participation from outside of this country, our families in Canada, Europe, and Asia. So we can go to our next polling question. So here we want to know, is the person living with SYNGAP for which you care, A, male, B, female, or C, non-binary or gender non-conforming? So again, please answer, is the person with SYNGAP for which you care for either A, male, B, female, or C, non-binary or gender non-conforming? Give you a few moments here to get your responses in. Seeing some more final results coming in, but just as it stands, it looks like we got about 3/5 of our audience representing patients who are male. And then, well, actually it moved a little bit, but just under 60%, and then just over 40% that are representing patients who are female. We go to our fourth polling question. So here we want to know the age of the individual with SYNGAP1. So how old are you, or how old is the affected individual? The options are A, under 18, B, 18 to 30 years, C, 31 to 40 years, D, 41 to 55 years, E, 56 to 70 years, or F, greater than 71 years of age. So we'll give you just another few moments here to get in your response to this question. Again, capturing just some demographic information about our audience today. We see some final results trickling in here, but as it stands, it looks like about 3/4 of our audience today are pediatric patients, so patients under age 18, and just about 1/4 of our patients that are represented today are in that 18 to 30-year range. We're not seeing any of the older age ranges represented here today. We go to our fifth polling question. So here we want to know, now that we know the ages of the individuals today, we want to know at which age did you or the affected individual first have symptoms of SYNGAP? The options are A, 0 to 5 years of age, B, 6 to 18 years of age, and I won't read the rest because if you're not that old yet, you're not going to have had your first symptom then, but maybe you had your first symptom in C, 19 to 30 years of age. We should not see any responses here in D, E, or F, but you can answer G if you are unsure. Maybe you're just not quite sure if it was in that first 5 years of life or later than that. That is okay.
That's wow. That is a big, that's a pretty good, I didn't expect that. 100% under 5.
Yeah, so as you're hearing Monica react, that it's quite maybe a little bit unexpected to see that the first symptoms for 100% of our participants today came in those first 5 years of life. It looks like that's pretty much staying solid there. So With that, if we can go to our sixth, our final demographic polling question here. And so while we just asked you about that first age of first symptom onset, here we want to know, at which age were you or the affected individual diagnosed with SYNGAP? So the options here are A, 0 to 5 years of age, B, 6 to 18 years of age, C, 19 to 30 years of age, D, 30 to 31 to 50 years of age, E, 51 to 60 years of age, or F, older than 60 years of age.
I wonder if that has anything to do with, how accessible genetic testing is.
Yeah, so what we're seeing here so far is that while 100% of people reported that their first symptom was within the first 5 years of life, we're not seeing that pan out as the same age as diagnosis with SYNGAP. We're seeing about maybe just under half of people also getting their diagnosis within that same age range. But then we're seeing about half get diagnosed later in childhood, between 6 to 18 years of age. And even some, and again, remember, this are all people who had their first symptom ages 0 to 5 years. Some smaller minority of people getting their diagnosis once they were an adult. So they had their symptoms, first symptom very early in childhood, and it took until adulthood to get that diagnosis.
Because the gene was just discovered in 2009 in people. And so that's, you see that, well, I'm glad the trend is going up too.
Yes.
To get older patients.
Sure. Maybe 10 years from now, when we're doing this same, asking the community the same question, we'll see that great shift towards A.
That's why we need to know. I'm thinking newborn screening. I'm thinking I'm going to go after newborn screening.
Sure. No, that makes sense. And so, so I think with this, we have a good sense of our community that we have represented today. Monica, is it surprising that no individuals living with SYNGAP1 are participating directly themselves today, or instead it's their caregivers that are responding?
Yes. Well, we have very few that have been, and probably they're either, I would think if they are, since this is during the day, they're at school, if they're younger. But also, the mosaicism that we're finding that runs is still very small, but yeah.
Yeah, because I want our audience today that maybe isn't as familiar with SYNGAP1 to understand why we did in fact include that response option. I think just thinking back not too long ago to Dr. Holder's presentation, there are those outliers that he circled. There's people with less or even mild developmental delay that could answer on behalf of themselves.
Yeah, well, and I was also thinking too with the polling question of the diagnosis, the range on what children have really super mild symptoms that have, like when I was told Beckett was diagnosed, at the age of 4, but was very persistent. But just the fact that they, would say they're going to grow out of it, it's just some delay, and they get older, and maybe they're just affected mildly, but they still have the mutation. So there
might be a little bit of, as with most of these types of engagement activities, a little bit of a selection bias with our audience. Those who, representing those that are a little bit more severely affected, are more likely to participate in these types of meetings and activities. So that's great.
A lot of factors.
Yes. Well, with that, thank you all for participating in our discussion questions. I now am going to move us into our first discussion topic. As I mentioned earlier, today's meeting is organized into 2 overarching topics, the first of which we really want to understand what it is to live with SYNGAP1. And so what we're going to be asking you to do is to help share your experiences of you and your loved one's life living with SYNGAP1. In this, we're going to explore a number of questions. If we could see our discussion questions for this first topic, just to preview those. These are the things that we'll be coming back to and asking you throughout this session. We want to understand what are the symptoms of SYNGAP that have had the most significant impact on your and your child's life. How do those symptoms affect your child, say, on best days versus worst days? We know that there can be variability in that from day to day. We want to know not just what those significant impacts are, those symptoms, but we also want to understand what that actually translates to, what that looks like in life. And so one question we're going to ask to try to help understand that is to know what are the specific activities that are important to you and your child that they cannot do at all or as fully as they would like because of SYNGAP. So we're also going to be wanting to understand how this experience with SYNGAP1 has changed over time. Many of you had symptoms early in life, but you are now much older, or your children are now much older. And so we want to know, how did those symptoms change over time? How has the ability to cope with symptoms changed over time? And so we're going to want to understand kind of what the evolution of the disease is in your and your family's experience. And then finally, we understand that not everything with this condition are things that you've already experienced, but may be things that you're anticipating or worried that will come in the future. And so we want to understand that too. What are your fears as your child gets older? What worries you most about their condition? Are there particular capabilities that you're concerned about them losing as they grow older? Or are there just certain things that frustrate you most about your child's condition? So with that, that's really going to help us pull back the curtain and see what it really is to live with SYNGAP1. You are the experts in this condition, and so I want to encourage you to be ready to call in, be ready to write in with your answers to these. Start thinking about them now. We'll be giving out that phone number and reminding you how to write in shortly. But to get us started on this topic, we're going to actually first go to some members of your own community who have volunteered to be as panelists. Their names are Jenny, Sharon, Christy, Valley, and Hannah, and they're going to share their and their family's journeys with SYNGAP1. So Jenny, take it away.
Hi, my name is Jenny, and this is my son, Michael. I've got about 5 minutes to cram in almost 21 years of heartache and struggle. A brief history is that Michael is 20 years old and is nonverbal with autism, cognitive impairments, and epilepsy. Super long story, very short, is that when Michael was 10 months old, he first started occupational, speech, physical, and social therapy because he was not developing as expected. He had poor eye contact, object fixation, and delayed motor skills. He was first diagnosed with a seizure disorder at 15 months and started his first anti-epilepsy drug. When Michael was 18, we ordered a genetic epilepsy panel and finally found an answer, the rare disease SYNGAP1. It was a great relief to have a name to his disorder and to know the origin of his difficulties and connect with others who are experiencing the same things. Our life looks different than most because it revolves around keeping Michael safe, happy, and continually progressing. Due to his autism and developmental disabilities, Michael is unaware of danger in his surroundings. He must be supervised at all times. One morning, about 15 years ago, I woke up at 7 a.m. and found my front door wide open and my child gone. The police found him a mile from our home, wandering a neighborhood in his bare feet and pajamas. Michael loves to explore, so we live in lockdown with a fully fenced-in yard to keep him safe from wandering into the street or just wandering off. His needs determine where we can live and limit our options. Behavior and safety issues due to autism and cognitive deficits limit our ability to go out on normal activities as a family. One time, while traveling to visit the grandparents, Michael was about 11, and he took off out the hotel room door and ran down the hall. My husband Dave ran half naked down the hall and caught Michael just as he got to the elevator. Despite our best efforts and the efforts of grandparents, teachers, and caregivers, he has been found in crazy places, sitting in the front seat of an unattended school bus, on a backhoe at the elementary school, at the neighbor's door covered in mud, running down a divided highway, running down railroad tracks, and in a stranger's garage playing a ukulele. Going on vacation was not only a safety hazard, but the stress made it work and not a vacation, and really a financial luxury we could not afford. Michael's cognitive impairments present huge challenges, such as not being able to read or effectively speak. He is cognitively a preschooler. Michael cannot tell when he needs to toilet, so we've been changing diapers for 20 years. When he takes off, he can't tell people his name or where he's from. He can't read to follow directions to get back home. Michael runs on instinct, and if he wants something, there's almost no stopping him. If he can't understand why you want him to do something or how it will help him, he will not be doing it. When he is in pain, he cannot tell you. It is also frustrating for Michael when he knows what he wants, but he can't tell us. He will repeat the same sounds trying to communicate or bring us pictures. So often communication is a guessing game, as we have to interpret Michael's behavior to understand what is going on with him internally. Poor expressive communication skills leads to frustration and maladaptive behaviors, biting, hitting, pushing. These make it extremely difficult to find childcare and respite for Michael. Behavior therapy has helped minimize bad behaviors and helped him to learn better coping mechanisms, but sometimes his obsessive-compulsive disorder just takes over. Even with treatment, Michael continues to have daily seizures. This means support options are limited, as even family members are wary of taking on such a great responsibility. It also limits the ability for Michael and his siblings to form extended family bonds because travel to see family is restricted due to difficulty and safety issues. His seizures limit what is allowed in the home for safety, even though they are ordinary items like mirrors, side tables, picture frames, etc. He must have a responsible adult for one-on-one supervision outside of the home and constant supervision in the home. Outings must be planned and analyzed, and all safety issues and appropriate contingencies in place before we leave home. One time we planned a trip to look at Christmas lights with our youth group and had to avoid him seeing the horse-drawn carriage rides there. If he saw them, then there's no way he'd walk by them and stay with the group. Also, if I had not been able to go, Michael would not have been able to attend. It is exhausting to think and plan for all the various contingencies and attend all activities. My greatest health concern is what decades of seizure medications will do to Michael's kidneys and liver. He's already been on them for over 18 years. And hoping that my back will continue to hold out. Overall, Michael is a happy young man who finds joy in the simple pleasures in life, like music, horses, and trains. His siblings are unaware of what a normal life is, but they also love Michael and enjoy playing simple games with him and making him laugh. Our family certainly has a unique situation, and we wouldn't wish our challenges on anyone else, but we are grateful to have such a fun and cheerful son who makes the sacrifices worthwhile.
Hi, my name is Sharon, and I live in Cranston, Rhode Island. Our journey began when Kyle was between 6 and 9 months old. Looking back, he was too content, and he would stare as though he were looking through us, not at us. He rarely cried, and he didn't coo. It wasn't until he began to miss expected gross motor milestones that we became very concerned and began to address our concerns with greater urgency with his primary care doctor. In the ensuing years, we began to acquire many specialists and collected a catalog of diagnoses: autistic disorder, failure to thrive, epilepsy, Lennox-Gastaut syndrome, dysphagia, anxiety, and behavior disorder. We spent years during his childhood in search of a cause to his myriad of problems. 2.5 years ago, I read an article about Phelan-McDermid syndrome. The symptoms of the syndrome matched many of Kyle's. I brought this to the attention of his specialists, and full genome sequencing was recommended. So 2 years ago, at the age of 25, Kyle had full genome sequencing and was diagnosed with SYNGAP1. When I began to think about what to communicate today, I realized it would take days to convey our 27-year journey. So today, I am going to focus on pain, the physical pain, illness, and its progression. Kyle has limited expressive language, so figuring out what ails him is a guessing game. He will say sick or headache for any ailment, and we mainly rely on body language and symptoms to inform our reporting to his doctors. The constant pain this young man lives with each and every day, and the fact that we can't help him despite the medical care he receives. We try to treat one symptom only to have it negatively impact another. Kyle lives with significant gastrointestinal issues, seizures, and behavior disorder. Combined, These take 24 hours a day to care for him and keep him safe. Kyle has esophageal achalasia, slow gastroemptying, and dysphagia. These GI issues cause him to have daily bouts of vomiting, diarrhea, bloating, choking, and stomach pain, and recent weight loss and anemia. A recent colonoscopy and endoscopy revealed Kyle now has a malabsorption issue, and more tests will be needed and pursued to figure out what to do about it. The GI specialist has also let us know we may need to think about having a G-tube replaced again after 13 years without one. Kyle also lives with Lennox-Gastaut syndrome. This syndrome is characterized by multiple types of seizures, tonic, drop, absent seizures. The majority of the seizures are absent and occur regularly. The drop seizures are the most worrisome for us due to injury that can occur as a result. Kyle sustained a broken clavicle during one of these episodes. Our family also deals with significant behavior issues. These are the hardest and cause the most angst. We never know what each day will bring. Behaviors happen randomly, without an antecedent. We call it the SYNGAP snap. I believe many of his behaviors are triggered by pain that is generated from either severe headache, GI issues, or after a seizure. His pain is so intense he becomes self-injurious by banging his head on a hard surface or biting himself to rid himself from it. Pain that makes him so irritable he becomes physically aggressive toward us and others. He will bite, scratch, pinch, and spit. He will bang his elbow so hard on the countertop I fear he will shatter a bone. Often the aggression is so intense 3 of us will have to ease him onto the floor and hold him down and don him with padded mitts to protect him and us from injury. These episodes can last anywhere from 15 minutes to 40 minutes or more, multiple times a day. Behaviors come in cycles. Good days, less aggression. Days with pain, extreme dysregulation, and aggression, followed by exhaustion. We seem to have more bad days than good as of late. Kyle takes 14 medications for seizure, headache, GI, and psychiatric issues. He requires thickened liquids and soft foods, and we have to feed him to prevent him from choking and aspirating. My son is 27, and the reality is that someday he will need to rely on the care of others outside of our home. A treatment that could ease his pain, manage his seizure and behavioral issues would put him at less risk for abuse.
Hi, everyone. My name is Christy Burns, and my family lives in northern Georgia. My SYNGAPian's name is Christian, and he's 3 years old. Christian was diagnosed with SYNGAP1 at the age of 2.5. His diagnosis brought answers to so many questions, like why is Christian afflicted with seizures? Or why, as opposed to his siblings, did it take Christian so long as a baby to walk and reach other milestones like sitting up independently? Christian is finally walking independently, but he didn't take his first steps until he was almost 2. Christian only eats soft foods, and he drools excessively due to his hypotonia. Another major setback he faces on a daily basis are his seizures. Christian has 2 types of seizures, atonic and eyelid myoclonia. At his worst, Christian will have upwards to 100 to 200 atonic seizures every day. His atonic seizures come without warning. Sometimes he will cry when they are over as if they caused him hurt or distress. He has eyelid myoclonia that are triggered when he eats. These seizures are very frustrating to deal with because he has to eat, so what can we do? Both of his seizures are highly resistant to medication. Christian's neurologist tried various medication combinations to combat his seizures. It is frustrating knowing his little body has to break down so much medication. He must have his kidneys and blood levels checked regularly just to be sure his body is doing okay with all the medication he takes. He has to take his seizure medication twice a day, every day. He hates the taste. The older he gets, the harder it becomes to administer his medication because he's getting stronger and bigger. He's always squirming and trying to get away. Some days it takes me and my husband working together to get him to take his medicine. Christian is the only one in my household who's confined to taking medication every day. It saddens me thinking about him having to take medication for the rest of his life. I wish I knew how his seizures makes him feel. I wish Christian could tell me how they make him feel mentally and physically, but he is still nonverbal. I pray that one day Christian will be able to talk. His lack of expressive and receptive communication is one of the hardest symptoms of SYNGAP1 to cope with. He cannot communicate his basic needs and his feelings to us, and that breaks my heart. He tries to verbalize when he wants something, but he gets frustrated at times when we do not know what he wants. He would get upset and cry out. We then have to divert his attention to something else in order to calm him down, like his favorite toy. Other delays Christian has at the moment is potty training and his eating. Christian is not potty trained, nor does he understand the concept of using the potty. This, in turn, makes Christian more dependent on us for his everyday basic needs. At 3 years old, it would be so much easier for home and preschool if Christian was potty trained. When it comes to eating, he does not feed himself yet. He relies on us to feed him. He has been getting occupational therapy for over a year now to help with his fine motor skills, yet he makes little attempt to use utensils. He will use his hands if we put food in front of him, or he'll just simply wait for us to proceed in feeding him. As his mom, I want him to be carefree and independent, but living with SYNGAP every day, that is not our reality. He gets frustrated trying to relate to us what he wants at times. I try to always stay vigilant and anticipate his needs to bring down his frustration. It is hard seeing him have seizures throughout the day, every day. I wish I could take them away from him and have them instead. Every day, Christian is our main priority, and that takes away from our other kids. They're very understanding, but I know it slowly takes a toll on everyone caring for a special needs child. We all love Christian very much, and we just want him to have the opportunity to live his life seizure-free with a neurotypical brain so that he can thrive and enjoy his beautiful life on this earth. Thank you.
My daughter Akira is 8 years old and we live in Queensland, Australia. Akira is on the severe end of the SYNGAP1 spectrum, with epilepsy including myoclonic jerks, absence, eye fluttering, and drop seizures. Without medication, she would have 700 seizures per day. Her other symptoms include being nonverbal, refusing to eat, mobility issues, sleep disorder, autism, sensory issues like hating noise, drooling constantly, behavioural issues, including self-harm. The worst symptoms are her sleep disorder, her behavioural issues, and her gait deterioration. The lack of sleep results in continual meltdowns, lots of crying, and self-harm. Akira's behavioural issues restricts our ability to spend time with other people in public. Our whole family has no social life, including Akira's sister. The most significant symptom is the gait issue, because not being able to walk is debilitating, heartbreaking, and restrictive. When Akira was 2 years old, her absent seizures were explained away by pediatricians as autistic behaviours. A speech therapist recognised them as seizures, so I persisted to get an epilepsy diagnosis. Soon after, I observed Akira fall to the ground constantly and hit her head on the floor. This resulted in many gashes to her forehead, split lips, and lots of emergency visits. Last year, Akira faced her biggest battle of all when she suddenly lost the ability to walk. She was bedridden for months, became sad, frustrated, and bored, and cried a lot, and the self-harm increased dramatically. She presented with a rolled-in foot equinovirus, similar to cerebral palsy presentation. I knew surgery was the only solution for her after speaking to another SYNGAP1 parent. I fought for Akira to have surgery for over a year, and I was constantly denied. I was told that AFOs, leg braces, would fix the issue. The only reason that the surgeon agreed to the surgery was because a physiotherapist advocated for Akira. By the time surgery was approved, her left foot had become well advanced and she needed her heel bone to be cut and repositioned and screwed back into place. If surgery had been performed earlier, I believe that she wouldn't have needed such a major surgery. Post-surgery, Akira's acute pain was massive. She suffered horrendously for about 10 days without the appropriate pain relief that she needed because she has a high tolerance to medication. I wasn't believed, though, about this issue. And she whimpered, she screamed, she cried, she bit herself until she bled, and she threw herself out of the hospital bed continually. These symptoms were viewed as behavioural and not as a sign of acute pain. And this is because in her chart, it said that she had behavioural issues. I expressed my concern about her escalating pain, but I was told that Akira is on enough pain medication and that it should be working. Because Akira wasn't able to verbally say, "I'm in pain," I feel that she was ignored and discriminated against based on her disability. My expertise in understanding her behaviour was disregarded. I've made a complaint to the Human Rights Commission here in Queensland because I think that no child should have to suffer that badly when it could have been avoided. Akira can walk now, which is fantastic, and we are very grateful. However, she will need further surgery in the future on her left knee, and I'm obviously terrified about, having another stay in hospital. The hardest part of our journey has been not being believed always, and this has been going on for years, about the severity of her symptoms. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Hannah Wickman. I'm 14 years old. I'm a freshman at Irondale High School, and I live in Minnesota. Some of my hobbies include reading, playing lacrosse, listening to music, hanging out with friends and family, and staying in my room for some alone time. Some of my symptoms I have include difficulty concentrating, being a perfectionist. I feel anxious, mild hypertonia, and have difficulty falling asleep. My symptoms are very mild, and I haven't been officially diagnosed with any of these, but my mom would tell you that I'm obsessed with making lists and organizing, and that I have sensory issues related to noise and certain textures. I was evaluated for ADHD because sometimes I cannot turn my brain off, but my therapist said my inability to focus could be due to anxiety and that I have a love for life. My speech has been slightly affected. I took speech classes for my art sounds. I had balance issues due to hypertonia and had trouble keeping up with my peers when I was younger. I have overcome this with practice and strength training. I'm currently a lacrosse goalie for my high school and local lacrosse teams, and I am a tenor saxophone player in my high school's marching band. I still struggle with some symptoms. I find it very hard to focus on one thing at a time, and I often listen to music or fidget with things. I don't feel any different after being diagnosed with SYNGAP1. Having siblings who also have it is interesting. It's never quiet at my house, so that makes it really hard to focus on things such as school, reading, and just doing everyday tasks. Doing online school is difficult. It's a day full of Google Meets, and it's really hard to focus and get work done because I get distracted or that if I find something is hard, I will stop doing the class for the day until the teachers either email me back with answers to my questions or they have their office hours. Usually during the school day, I'll get distracted by the smallest of noises. It has to be silent around me, but I take tests, so that's why I usually go to the library. During online school, it's even harder for me to find peace and quiet. My room is right next to our television room, so when my siblings are done or taking a break from their schoolwork, I get really distracted because of the sound of the television or by the sounds of my siblings' play or real fighting. Or my little sister is swinging on her swing. It makes it hard for me to focus. I have a very difficult time falling asleep too. I usually go to bed around 10 and 11, and I just lay in bed for about half an hour before I go to sleep. If I have a scary dream or thought, the process starts all over again. Seems like the later I stay up, the earlier I wake up, and vice versa. No matter what, I always wake up tired. Another thing about my sleeping habits is that if I remember something I have to do before I go to bed, or when I'm lying in bed, I wake up and do it quickly or I'll forget. I don't typically tell people I have SYNGAP1 because I don't want people to treat me differently just because I have a genetic mutation. I also don't feel that affects my relationships with my friends. I didn't even know I had it until last year. My mom requested genetic testing because both my siblings showed the mutation, and she saw some very slight similarities in me. I don't really have any concerns for myself in the future. I am an A honor roll student and hope to become a neurologist or a Broadway performer one day. I'm concerned about my siblings, especially my little sister, who will never be able to live independently. Even though I find it difficult to focus on everyday tasks that I'm handed, I overcome them and try my best to complete them, even if I'm not always successful. I try my best to overcome them with positivity and determination.
Wow. Thank you, Hannah, and to all of our panelists for sharing those really personal and heart-wrenching stories about what it is to live with SYNGAP1. That's exactly what we want to continue doing, but with all of you who are now following us live with today's program. This is our first chance to be together to share as a group and build on our understanding of SYNGAP1 and build on what we just heard from that first panel. So this is our first time. If you think back to those questions that I had posed before the panel about what it is, those symptoms that have the most significant impact on your life, how living with SYNGAP affects you or your child on best days versus worst days, and what specific activities that are important to you that you or your child may not be able to do at all or is fully because of those symptoms and burdens. That's what we want to hear about now. And so this is my first time where I'm going to invite you, if you have something to share on one of those topics, to please call in. The number that you can dial is 1-703-844-3231. Again, that number for you can dial in and have participate live in our discussion today. We really want to hear from you as experts in what it is to live with SYNGAP. It's 1-703-844-3231. We've also already started to see some written comments come in using that written comment box that's right there next to the live stream on the webpage today. You can also write in with answers to these questions, and we very much would like to hear from you, and we'll be reading some of those throughout today's session. But to get us started on this, we have another set of a pair of polling questions that I'd like to go to with you all, get us thinking about this topic. So if you can pull your phone back out, go to that browser, go back to that other tab that you opened if you're following along on your computer today, and go, again, back to pollev.com/SYNGAP. Maybe you've just joined us. This is for patients and caregivers only to share with us your experiences with living with SYNGAP. So here we want to know which of the following SYNGAP-related health effects do you or your child have or recently have had. And here we want you to select all that apply. So please select each of these different symptoms and health effects that you or your child either currently have or recently have had. The options are A, delayed development of speech or nonverbal, B, difficulty with motor skills such as sitting, standing, or walking, C, unable to feed, dress, or use the bathroom independently, D, weak muscle tone, also known as hypotonia, E, seizures, F, hyperactivity, G, poor social interactions, H, intellectual disability, J, behavioral problems, things like outbursts, tantrums, impulsivity, and self-injury, J, bone or tendon issues, K, pain, L, sleep problems, or M, some other symptom or health effect related to SYNGAP that's not already listed here on this slide. So again, please select all that apply. Here we want to know the full range of different symptoms and health effects that you and your loved one have experienced. This is also our first polling question where you've had the option to select more than one response. And so what you're seeing here is percentages of total responses, not percentages of the total number of people who have selected each of this. So when we look at these bars, think of this as a ranking exercise. The larger the bar, the more people who have responded. So we'll give you a few moments here. If it's okay, if you just joined us, you're a caregiver of someone living with SYNGAP or a patient, and if you want to follow along with these polling questions, we're going to be going to these throughout today's session. All right, so I'll give you a few more moments here to get in your responses. Again, these are percentages of total responses. So as it stands, the number one most reported SYNGAP-related health effect is delayed development of speech or nonverbal. After that, there's a large kind of cohort of responses that I would call, immediately second tier. That would be difficulty with motor skills, unable to feed, dress, or use bathroom, weak muscle tone and hypotonia, seizures, poor social interactions, intellectual disability, and behavioral problems. However, every single response option here is selected with a decent number of responses, even other. And so we encourage you, whichever of these you've experienced, but especially if you've reported something else maybe that's not listed here, please call in, please write in, share those experiences. So if we can go to our second polling question. So here we want to know, of those same set of SYNGAP-related health effects and symptoms, select the most troublesome of those in terms of the effects that they have on you and you if you're a patient or your child if you're a caregiver. And here we want you to select the top 3 most troublesome. So again, same options as last time. I won't read through them all again. But again, if last time we wanted to know everything that you experienced, here we want to know which are the top 3 that are the most troublesome for the individual living with SYNGAP. So I promised you that these would be a little harder as time went on, and we'd take a little bit more reflection. And so I know this is hard. As we saw from the first question, there's such a large number of symptoms that seems to affect so many of every individual with SYNGAP. So to narrow it down to 3, I know is difficult, but bear with us and do the best that you can. There's no right or wrong answer.
Making us pick the lesser of the...
the greater of the evils, yes.
Yeah, the greater of the evils. Oh, my goodness. But I'm actually not really, I'm not shocked, I don't guess.
So what we're seeing so far is that, again, these are percentages of responses, not percentages of people. The top ranked of the top 3 most troublesome symptoms is that same thing that we saw being the most commonly experienced, which is delayed development of speech or nonverbal. And so this is really getting to the question of that we're going to want to answer is why. So you're telling us that whatever you've selected here is the most troublesome. And so what we want you to do is call in and write in and tell us why you think that is the most troublesome. What is the impact of this on the person living with SYNGAP? that makes it most troublesome. So we're seeing the first one here being delayed development of speech or nonverbal. After that, we're seeing seizures, and number 3 being behavioral problems. We're seeing quite a few others selected as top 3. We're seeing intellectual disability, and the inability to feed, dress, or use the bathroom is fairly highly rated. Also, poor social interactions. And almost everything on this list is in some number of people's top 3. And that means a lot. And so the only things we haven't seen ranked as top 3 are the hyperactivity, bone and tendon issues, and no one has reported that something else, some other thing that's not listed here, is a top 3 issue for them. So again, we want you to think about this, think about why, and help us answer that. And so to start us off on this topic, we're going to broaden it now. Again, we encourage you to call in. That number is 1-703-844-3231. Write in using that comment box. But we have a group of individuals from your own community that are here live via Zoom today. And so I want to welcome our Zoom panel and thank you for joining us. So let's have you all help us start off this discussion. When you were looking at those polling questions, particularly that second polling question where we asked you, what are the 3 most troublesome health-related effects of SYNGAP? What was it that really stood out to you? What did you pick? And again, why? And maybe if we can start with Maria and hear from you.
Hi, I'm Maria. I'm from Phoenix, Arizona. My 3 main topics would be behavior. Following after that would be seizures and social interaction.
Okay. And can you tell me a little bit, maybe not all 3, but of those, what were you thinking about why you picked those maybe relative to some of the other, symptoms that are experienced in your family?
The behavior one affects everybody, affects the whole family. We're always walking on eggshells every day. There's no rest unless she's sleeping. And that's how we all have to live, unfortunately. And I can't have nice things because everything gets broken.
Sure. And so when you talk about needing to walk on eggshells and it being so difficult, can you give us an example of what those behavioral issues look like for your daughter?
Well, so she's 14, so she's got teenage time right now. Like certain noises that affect her. Certain music, she loves music, even a different type of music of what she likes. She'll swing and she also tries to go after her siblings when she's upset. So it's not only to us, the parents, she goes after her siblings as well.
Sure. Mm-hmm. So Julie, I see you nodding your head there. Was behavior in your top 3 or was it something else?
Yes, I mirrored what the group said with behavior, seizures, and the nonverbal communication issues.
Sure. So can you just tell us a little bit about your family and then maybe tell us a little bit about why specifically you mirrored what the polling results showed?
Yeah, so I'm Julie from Potomac, Maryland, and my SYNGAPian is a twin. So I understand what Maria is saying in that when my SYNGAPian has a behavioral meltdown, unfortunately, he targets his twin, and it really creates a lot of havoc in our house. But I think the communication piece is what's making everything else so challenging for him.
Yeah, and are there, examples in your life where, that communication, that difficulty in communicating really manifests itself, kind of paint a little bit of a picture for us of what that really looks like?
So my son is essentially nonverbal. He communicates through gestures and pointing. He uses a speech generating device, but he has such delays in receptive language and comprehension of language that it really creates difficulty with output. So sometimes he'll give you 1 or 2 words on his talker or gesture, but you're really playing charades and working really hard to put together what he wants and what he needs. And if he can't have his need met immediately, that's kind of when the behavior happens, because he is not perspective taking to see the big picture. And I really thought about that with some of the videos we watched earlier, and really identifying with some of those stories and how your life has to be so carefully planned to avoid those situations.
Sure. And so you said that usually it's when the need can't be met, it kind of triggers then, the behavioral, maybe outburst, if we want to call it that. Do you find that, it's certain needs, are more likely to drive, frustration and behavioral issues if they're not met versus others? Anything else that you just might notice that might make, his reactions better or worse?
I think I thought about one of the stories. It's like if Jack wants something and it's not his for the taking, and he's denied access to something he wants, whether it's someone else's food or going on a ride or just getting access to something he wants when he wants it and not understanding the context of the situation, it could really snowball into a very big behavioral meltdown. And like all of these parents, we have our tricks under our sleeve, like Maria saying, whether playing music or distraction or something to get the child more regulated. But you're constantly planning one step ahead, and it's exhausting.
Sure. All right. One more question for you, Julie. Thank you for bearing with me with all of these questions, but just so important to really dig in and learn about this. How frequent, are those meltdowns, the bigger meltdowns that you were describing?
We have at least one a day, but the big, what we call the Bruce Banner Hulk style meltdowns, those aren't as frequent, only because we have learned how to intercept them before they really spiral, often with just strategies from behavioralists and psychologists in his school, and really working hard to have supports in place to diffuse situations, but they still happen.
Sure. Well, thank you so much for sharing that. And we'll come back in a little bit to our Zoom panel here, but I see that we have a caller, Karen from Virginia, who wants to share some of the hardest things about living with an adult child with SYNGAP1. Karen, are you with us? Karen, are you with us? Nope. Okay, we might have lost Karen there, so we'll let some other callers get into the queue here. Just as a reminder, you can call in at any point. That number is 1-703-844-3231. When you do call in, you will be greeted with an automated system, and then our operator will be with you very shortly after that to get you into the queue here. So we encourage you to go ahead and dial in, and we're looking forward to hearing from you. And Karen, if you're able to join back, we'd still love to hear from you as well. Let's go to Mickey. Would love to, again, on this topic of, the most troublesome symptoms and health effects of SYNGAP. When you were looking at that polling question, what was it that, you selected, and again, why?
Hi, I'm Mickey, and I am from Cheyenne, Wyoming. I would say the most troublesome that I selected on that was seizures, and then his sleep behaviors and his hypotonia. So those are the three hardest things for us.
Sure. So we haven't, heard about those symptoms as much. Maybe the sleep or the hypotonia. What made you select those as being most troublesome?
So his sleep, recently he finally got into a routine where he'll at least sleep from 7 p.m. till maybe 11. Maybe we'll get lucky and he'll make it till 3 a.m. But honestly, I have 3 other kids and I have to get up and take them to school in the morning. I'm a volunteer firefighter. And then when he's not sleeping like that, I'm not sleeping either. So, and sleep deprivation it can be dangerous to a caregiver, and it can be dangerous to a child as well. And then hypotonia, I say hypotonia because Raylan is so active. He wants to be outside, he wants to explore, and he wants to do things. But that hypotonia, he gets so tired, and then he's not able to do those things and the things that he loves.
So for example, with the sleep, difficulty sleeping and difficulty sleeping through the night, is that, I guess, how often is it, that there are those nights where, maybe it only makes it to midnight or 3 a.m. And, is there anything that drives, better or worse nights of sleep? Is it totally random, or are you able to predict it?
So I think the easier question would be how many nights I do get to sleep, because that number is the number of nights that I don't sleep. So
Sure.
he never sleeps through the night. Absolutely never sleeps. And it's weird because when he was an infant, he would go to bed at 7 o'clock and I'd never hear from him until the morning. I would have to oh my gosh, are you breathing? And now he's older and he never sleeps all night long. And sometimes, like I said, it's worse, but he never makes it past 3 a.m. to where he's in my bed. And then he likes to curl up in a ball and he sleeps right here on my neck. So I never sleep and he never sleeps either. So,
Well, have you noticed, and maybe you notice it because of those rare times when he does have a better night's sleep, but does sleep have any, or difficulty sleeping have any impacts then on, behavior, communication, any of the other, even maybe seizures, any of the other symptoms?
honestly, I don't think it impacts him as much as you would think it would. He really could get up at 4 a.m. and then be fine for the rest of the day. His seizure activity is kind of give and take. I don't think that sleep is really a trigger for it.
Okay.
But I don't think he really has anything after he doesn't sleep. He's like a daisy that was covered in snow and just popped up, and he's wide awake.
Great. Well, thank you so much for sharing that, Mickey. I want to go back to our phone lines here. I think we have Karen from Virginia back again. Apologize for not being able to connect last time, Karen. Are you with us now?
Hi. Yes, I'm good, I think.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. So would love to hear, I know you had said you wanted to share some experiences of living with an adult child with SYNGAP.
Yes. My son is 20, was diagnosed at 17 and a half. And with that, behavior, sleep, and his seizures are still continuing to be some of our biggest obstacles that we have to deal with.
Okay.
And with the behavior, because he is an adult, he's gone through puberty. He is a very strong, has developed the muscle, which makes it very difficult when he does have a meltdown, which happens quite frequently. We believe it is with his team of therapists related to seizures, we've even seen weather triggers, barometric pressure, definitely related to seizures and sleep. He was diagnosed very early with a lack of REM sleep disorder at the National Institute of Health. And so, as an adult, and me, myself, being a very small individual, the behavior is a very big piece, and it has progressed to very self-injurious behaviors, banging his head. He shattered a windshield the other day, kicking it, those types of things. So, I wanted to just kind of share that. Yeah, even though we do have interventions in place, he takes medication for it, et cetera.
Sure. So you, if I'm gathering this correctly, one thing that you've said is that behaviors, sleep, and seizures seem to track together. That when you kind of see worsening in one, you see worsening in the others.
Yes.
Could you maybe
one
tell me?
One worsens the other. Lack of sleep will worsen behavior. He has 5 different types of seizures, uncontrolled on 3 anti-epilepsy medications, and on days where we see a higher frequency of seizures, we notice the behavior. He's much less focused, has much more frustration with attempting to communicate and us trying to run interference, understanding what it is that he's trying to get. His patience is much thinner, when he is not getting what he wants, all of that. So it's all kind of combined together, and it all triggers a behavior.
Sure. And maybe just to help understand some of that variability, when there's the combination of symptoms are better or worse, how would you describe maybe one of your son's best days compared to one of his worst days, within a given week, month, whatever that may be?
A best day, he is very, very cheerful, happy. He is very interactive with us, even though he can't really talk to us. We understand his attempts at language. Very good mood. You feel his emotion head to toe. His happiness, his joy. He's clapping. He's playful and gentle with our dog. On a bad day, the iPad goes flying across the room. He throws himself on the ground. He's screaming. He's banging his head on the floor. Whatever's within reach on the counter, he swipes and is on the floor. He will, push the dog, who's only 20 pounds, so he's pretty aggressive with the dog. Like I said, he shattered my husband's windshield the other day when he kicked it because he was upset. So on a bad day, which we seem to have more bad days than good days, he gets pretty aggressive, and it's progressed with age. And now that he's an adult and has gone through puberty and has that strength, when he does have those types of meltdowns and the outbursts, they are much harder to deal with because of his size and his physical strength.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Karen, for sharing that and helping us understand you and your son's experience a little better. We do have another caller, Jamie from Ontario, that wants to talk about the top 3 most troublesome symptoms for her daughter living with SYNGAP1. Jamie, are you with us?
I am.
Welcome.
Thank you. So I have a daughter, Layla, who will be 4 in a week. And I am right along with all of the other caregivers, the behavior piece, being nonverbal, toileting issues or a lack of comprehension with that. Because these are all things that, even though my child's only 4, I do worry for her future. I worry what the next 10, 15, 20 years will look like. As a parent, when you decide to have a baby, you plan to raise that child for 18, 20 years, and then you imagine sending them off into the world. And when you have a child with disabilities that are so profound, it shifts, and then you have to plan to take care of that child for your whole life, and then worry what's going to happen for the 20 years after you're gone. And it changes every single aspect of your life. And when you have a child who's not only disabled but behavioral, violent, you worry who's going to care for this individual. I feel for parents who say that their child is an adult. The previous caller said, how strong he is and whatnot. I think that's something that every SYNGAP family deals with, worries about. It's a challenge every day with those same issues.
Sure. No, and that makes a lot of sense. And so maybe just to understand a little bit more about your daughter's experience now, because you said that a lot of the things going on now are what drive you to be worried for her future, even though she's only 4 currently. So, what is it? Is it the thing? I know you mentioned, for example, not being able to use the restroom herself, things like that. Are those kind of independence activities of daily life the things that are really worrying you now, that's driving those future worries, or is it maybe behaviors or some combination of those things?
I think it's the combination. I think that when you have a child who's diagnosed with something rare like this, as a parent, the first thing you do is you delve into, well, what is the prognosis? What are older kids like this living with? How are they doing? And I have heard several stories where SYNGAPians are in their 20s and still not potty trained. So even though, Layla's only 4, we do see a bit of a lack of understanding so far with that concept and a lack of willingness. When we do try to even sit her on the potty, she screams and cries and hates it. So, and we've really delved into therapy recently. COVID sort of messed with that, but we really tried to get therapy lined up to try working on this. Hopefully, because she is so young, we can make some headway. But with, behaviors, that does affect the success and the outcomes of a lot of the therapies. Layla is, like I said, nonverbal, and she is the type of child who so far seems to understand a lot, but can't get anything out. And she's so frustrated. And her go-to is she will sign or use PECs or use some sort of other way to communicate. But if she feels like she's not getting her point across, she starts pulling hair and pinching and biting. And it is, very difficult to try and mitigate that when you're trying to help her with something and she's very agitated. And, it just sort of puts a lot of it complicates the therapy and it complicates the outcome. And you worry that as she gets bigger and stronger, how will you kind of protect her and protect yourself, as well as continuing, nobody wants to, give up. So how do we continue to work with a child? How do you continue to help her when she's struggling? And I always say this, she's not giving me a hard time. She's having a hard time. She's having a hard time getting her point across, communicating with us about what she's going through or what she wants or doesn't want.
Yeah.
As a parent, it's heartbreaking.
No, that is, and I think that's really profound what you just said, that she's not giving a hard time, but she's having one. So thank you so much, Jamie, for sharing you and your daughter's experiences with SYNGAP1. There was mention of a number of different activities in life that are made more difficult from living with SYNGAP1. And we in a moment, we'll go to a polling question on that and move the discussion there. But before we do, I do know we've had some written comments come in about some of the symptoms and health effects of living with SYNGAP1. So Monica, would you mind sharing some of those?
Sure. It looks like we have a few. Chantel from Montreal, Quebec says that we actually lost our son 3 times during his childhood. 2 times the police found him just in time before he was hit by a car. The first time found on a boulevard and the second time found on the busiest highway here in Quebec. Brenda from Minnesota says behaviors are our biggest symptom. We deal with it. My youngest daughter at times will have a meltdown outdoors in the middle of winter in dangerous areas such as parking lots, etc. It is difficult the older she gets to move her to her safe area. Jenny in Ohio says, my 17-year-old son with SYNGAP was diagnosed in August after a sudden change in his seizures in April. Diagnosed with seizures at age 3.5, but seizures were always mild, primarily absence seizures. He's had at least 2 rounds of genetic testing, but it was Invitae's epilepsy gene panel that finally identified the SYNGAP1 diagnosis. After he began having grand mal tonic-clonic seizures, the seizures remain the most difficult aspect of his disability. So we will take it back to you.
Yes. And one theme from the first 2 commenters there that I think we heard a little bit from our panel, but not so much in the discussion yet, is the manifestations of SYNGAP1 can result in these individuals putting themselves into dangerous positions, not just self-inflicting, as we've heard from some of the people so far, but actually wandering and ending up in dangerous areas outside of the home. So now I'd like us to go back to our polling questions. I have a polling question for you here. This is, if you are joining us and haven't participated yet, this is for our individuals living with SYNGAP1 and their direct caregivers only. Please go to polev.com/SYNGAP. Our question for you here, building on what we just learned about the different symptoms and health effects of SYNGAP, what specific activities of daily life that are most important to you that you or your child is less able to do because of SYNGAP? And here we want you to select the top 3. So again, we want to know what are the activities of daily life that are most impacted, either because you can't do them at all or not as fully as you would like because of SYNGAP. And the options are A, attending school or working, B, personal hygiene, C, self-feeding, D, the ability to socialize, E, the ability to communicate, F, the ability to walk, G, participating in family activities, H, going out and traveling, or I, some other activity of daily life that is important to you that you or your child is less able to do because of their SYNGAP. Again, please select the top 3 of these. And just as a reminder, we're seeing the percentage of responses, not the percentage of people who are picking each of these. So again, this is a ranking kind of display that you're seeing. So we'll give you a few moments to think about this. Which are the top 3 specific activities of daily life that are most impacted by your loved one's SYNGAP?
Actually, I'm really, I never thought of it before because as a parent, you get so used to doing it, it becomes normal, but I'm shocked that, well, I guess I'm not shocked that personal hygiene is high, but it really is just one of those things that it's becomes part of life, but you don't really think about the burden that it is and how helpful it would be, you know. So I didn't even think of that one, but yeah.
Yeah, so
definitely is a surprise.
Yeah,
Well,
one of those things that, you know, not surprising because it's so common, but maybe surprising because you get, you know, it's become your new normal.
Right.
Yeah, totally understand that. So, you know, as it stands, it looks like the top of the top 3 activities that are most limited is the ability to communicate. We've started to hear about that a little earlier in this session, but definitely want to hear, what is driving that difficulty in communicating. I think we've started to hear about some of the health effects that drive that. And then what are the downstream effects of the inability to communicate? What other things does that then have an impact on? We're seeing then as the second top activity that's most limited is personal hygiene. And then after that, we kind of see a little bit of a cluster of maybe the third ranked thing, which is attending school or working, along with participating in family activities, and then a number of other things right behind that. All things here are listed in some number of individuals' top 3 most important activities that are limited by SYNGAP. And we also see a number of people selecting other, something not listed here. So we really want to hear about these impacts, what that actually looks like, and why, maybe relative to others, you view these as being some of the ones that are most impacted. So I'll just remind you, if you want to call in and help build on this polling question, help us understand these activities that are limited, you can dial in at 1-703-844-3231. You can also keep writing in. We have that comment box that's open on the live stream webpage. Keep submitting your comments. I see some are trickling in as we speak. But I'd like to come back to our Zoom panel here to start us off. And maybe Eric, as you were looking at that polling question and thinking about the activities in daily life that maybe are most impacted, what are those in your family? And can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. I'm Eric from Houston, Texas. Lincoln is going to be 7 in December. The 3 I selected were personal hygiene, going out and traveling, and ability to communicate. And you guys were talking about personal hygiene. And aside from urinating in the potty, we have to do everything else for him. Brushing his teeth, changing diapers. Like I said, he's going to be 7. And it has just become second nature now. It's But when I look back at his siblings, I forget what it was like to not change a diaper. And he doesn't tell us that he has gone or that he needs to go.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to schedule it out. And if we go out like to soccer games or dance recitals, we have to make sure we have a diaper bag, extra wipes, because if you don't, you are in big trouble.
Yeah.
And I've had that happen. Ability to communicate was the other one. And it's not so much a problem with his immediate family. It's when he meets people. They don't understand. They have no idea. And they don't understand what he wants or what he's trying to communicate. Whereas we're around him all the time. We get it. So it creates social interaction problems where instead of a child understanding Lincoln wants to play, the child thinks Lincoln wants to attack him. And they'll come to me and be like, he's trying to hit me. And it's like, no, he's trying to get your attention. And the other one, going and traveling out,
yes,
we still bring a jogger stroller because if he ever gets one of those wild hares and decides he wants to take off and elope, he can't outrun me yet, but eventually he will be able to. And there's been times at the park where I turn my head and he's 25, 30 yards away, full sprint towards a grass field, or there's a street or a pond. And you just have to constantly keep your eye on him and you cannot turn away.
Yeah. So, that's really profound. And I mean, almost everything that you said also feeds into this, making it difficult to go out, whether it's the, self-care and hygiene, the communication or and interacting with others outside the family. And then just maybe some of the behavioral aspects that can manifest at any moment. Have there been, examples of times with your family where, that's had an impact on some important kind of event in your life or traveling opportunity? Can you share some examples of that?
Sure. Oh yeah. We'll go to dance recitals. Like Carter has my daughter, she's 8. She'll have her annual recital and Lincoln has thrown a fit and he will scream. We've been at soccer games and he'll scream at Jackson soccer games. Traveling, wow. When he throws a fit in the car and you're in 105 cubic feet of space, it's like he is in your ear. He's thrown a booster seat at me while I'm driving. He's taken off his shoes and thrown them. So dangerous situations are created from that. But yes, everything you could imagine, grocery trips, picking up food, eating at a restaurant, every single thing is affected and is done differently because I have a child with SYNGAP.
Wow. Yeah, and I'm seeing lots of head nodding next to me and on the screen. So it sounds like that is, something that others resonates with others as well. So thank you so much, Eric. Maybe hopping over to Frederic, if you could, share any of those activities, thinking back to that polling question, maybe if something wasn't even listed on that slide, that's okay. What are the activities of daily life in your family that are most impacted by SYNGAP?
So I think I'm Frederic from Montreal, Canada, and the most one is probably personal hygiene, and he doesn't know when he has to go and everything. So Alexei is now 10 years old, and so that we have to carry like a baby all around the place. The other thing, which is kind of the most troubling one, is living with epilepsy. We don't talk too much about the seizure aspect of it. But to go everywhere because he just recently has a status, so he's been hospitalized. So it's very scary when you go out and far from an hospital or something like that, that you have to carry everything and have a way to get to an hospital very fast sometimes if it happens again. So those are the things that are difficult for our family.
Yeah, and so how have those considerations, needing to be near healthcare facilities, needing to travel with a lot of gear and equipment, how has that impacted other types of activities that your family and your son might want to do in life?
Well, it impacts a lot because before he got more epilepsy or he got his first status, we're able to travel around. We like to go to the beach and to different places or camping and stuff like that. So Now we have to stay close to the home and not much traveling, and try to enjoy life near the home. So that's one of the.
Sure. Well, thank you so much for sharing that, Frederic. I see that we also have some callers who want to continue this discussion and share about impacts on daily life. I see that we have Jenny from Idaho, who has a son who is 20 years old with SYNGAP1. Jenny, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Welcome.
Thank you. No, I just wanted to say, in relation to what our top three things are, it was really hard for me to choose because he's 20. We've gone through different phases, and what the hardest three things really depends on what stage of life we were in with him. Right now, I think my top one is ability to communicate, because I feel like that makes everything else more difficult. If he could only communicate with us, then we could problem solve with him. And maybe, be able to get some progress in some of these areas. I was really torn between choosing between self-feeding and personal hygiene for my other option.
Right.
But, at the end of the day, when you're making dinner for the family and trying to feed everybody, it just makes self-feeding is hard because he can't do it. He gets too tired. He's not motivated enough by the food. It's a physical and mental workout for him to eat. I took a video of him the other day, and it took him at least 30 seconds to get one noodle of macaroni and cheese on his spoon and into his mouth. Wow. And so it takes him forever to eat when he can feed himself, and it takes longer because he can't do it well. Or if I feed him, then it makes it take twice as long for me, which then reduces what I can do for him and for the rest of the family.
Sure.
And my third one was participating in family activities, because we can do something as a family here in the house, and we invite him to come with us, and we try and make him a part of it. But he doesn't care to be there. And, he's 20 and he's nonverbal, and he watches his iPads and his videos, and, he might hang out with us for a while, but then he'll wander off and go do his own thing. And in the home, that's not a big deal. But if we're outside the home, one of us usually has to miss part of an activity. We always have to take two cars, because at some point he usually can't take it anymore, and we have to be able to remove him from the situation before we have a meltdown and have someplace safe for him to go.
Wow. No, that's it paints a really vivid picture, I think, for us. One thing that you mentioned that I wanted to follow up on was, you mentioned that these are the three things right now, but at different phases, I think you called them, in his experience with SYNGAP, they've been different. And so, as someone who's, the parent of someone so old with SYNGAP, a 20-year-old, could you maybe describe, kind of at a high level what those phases were and how the most greatest impacts changed from each of those?
Yeah. Like when he was little, when he was younger, probably before he was about 14, traveling with him was very difficult. I was one of the video presenters, Jenny Ferris. I told the story about him, running down the hallway in the hotel room, and my husband having to catch him before he got on the elevator. Like, we could not stay in hotels. He absolutely hated it. You had to block the doors, and we had a wrist leash that he slept with and, attached to us, so he couldn't get up during the night and leave. I'd be driving down the freeway. I was going to New Mexico one time. I was driving down the interstate at 70 miles an hour, and he's out of his seatbelt. And he'd never really done that before. He got out of his car seat that we still had him in, and I had to pull over, and I'm on the side of the interstate trying to get him buckled back in with big rigs flying by me, and he is trying the hardest he can to get out of that car. And I just remember being in such fear that he's going to slip out of my hands. And get hit by a passing vehicle. But I ended up getting him back in the car and keeping him there and being able to, I bought zip ties, and I zip tied his seatbelt to the buckle, to the clasp, so he couldn't get out anymore. And so traveling was something that was really hard. But after he was about 14, 15, I don't know what changed in his development or his brain, but he started tolerating hotel rooms. And we still didn't travel a whole lot because he was a runner. But he's, matured. He still can't talk and he still can't use the bathroom, but he's matured enough that this last summer, we actually took him on a 32-day road trip across the country with his other 3 siblings. And he absolutely loved it. He loved watching the cars drive by. He loved New York City with all the lights and the action and the commotion. And he loved the subway, But even with those things that he loved, there were still extra considerations. Like we had to take a wheelchair because he'd get too tired walking everywhere. When he was younger, we tried to establish a personal hygiene regimen because, there's sensory-wise, he had a hard time tolerating it. And so, trying to brush his teeth and wash his face and those kinds of things were hard. And I remember having to lay him down on the ground and pin him down with my legs so I could brush his teeth because it's a good habit, to have. And it only gets harder the older they wait or the older they are when you try and start, So those were things that were a wrestling match. But after so many years of, being made to brush his teeth and wash his face, he now tolerates it just fine. Wow. And so my advice to parents with younger children is just be as consistent as you can because it will serve them well when, later on in life. And now he gets into the tub and he bathes pretty cooperatively, like 5 times a week. So that's a win. He tolerates shaving, and, he's happy to put on his deodorant. And so I count that as a win.
Yeah, well, thank you, Jenny, for sharing those wins too. That's important to hear. So thank you so much for sharing. We also, I think we have another caller, Sharon from Rhode Island, another parent who wants to share some of the challenges of having a young adult with SYNGAP1. So kind of continuing a little bit of the theme that we have going right now. But Sharon, are you with us?
I am.
Welcome.
Hello. I listen to these other parents and feel all the same emotions and have many shared experiences with them. And to the previous callers, don't give up on the potty training because my son was almost 8 when we finally got him potty trained. So it's possible.
Sure.
But for me, my son is 27 and he has transitioned from school services to adult services. And there's a huge discrepancy, from all of the things that you receive when your child is in school and therapies and that come along with their school-based services. And, we were fortunate to have home-based therapeutic services in addition. However, at 21, the adult system is very, very different. And we tried a day program, which did not work out for our son. His behaviors can be quite aggressive and difficult. And our experience with people who, frankly, don't have the training necessary to deal with these differences that are a little bit more extreme with children with SYNGAP than, say, Down syndrome or another disorder. And
so Sharon, can you maybe share what some of those needs are? Because I know you talked about how the services didn't match up from childhood to adulthood services. But it sounds like maybe his needs were the same despite the services not aligning there. Can you tell us a little bit about what his needs are?
So Kyle's needs, he doesn't have a lot of language. He lives with severe GI problems, which I think are the cause of a lot of his behaviors. The epilepsy is also difficult. His motor skills aren't very good. It takes him a long time to, take a walk around the block. So we do use a wheelchair. But when he was in school, in his school program, they were able to take him and his classmates on different kinds of field trips into the community. And, he had a personal one-on-one assistant in addition to a special educator and therapist that might be a part of that group. And he was able to be successful. As an adult, you have people who are employed that, frankly, don't have an education, in behavior modification, and you don't have therapists, and they're not paid well, and so the turnover is all the time a new person, which for our kids to have somebody new all the time takes a lot of flexibility, and they don't have that ability to be flexible, and so it's just a disaster. We found that his behaviors were increasing. He was resistant to going. And we did have allegations of, and I don't want to frighten anyone, but we had allegations of abuse. One provider who cared for another person had said that Kyle was being emotionally abused. Being withheld food because of his behavior, or being told to stay in a corner.
Sounds
and
incredibly.
He came home and he was saying things like "shut up" and like words we hadn't heard before. So, we pulled him from that program and put him into self-directed services. So now I manage his staff, and frankly, because there's no overhead of a company, we now are able to pay those individuals, a fair wage of $20 an hour. So
that sounds really frustrating.
Much better, but he doesn't have socialization.
Yeah.
He doesn't have friends. He's stuck at home.
Yeah.
So it's difficult.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Sharon, for sharing that. I mean, it sounds very frustrating that the services are not lining up with the needs, and that's actually making some of the your son's experiences with the disease even worse. So an important perspective. I want to take a second. I see that we have some written comments that have come in, and don't want to ignore those. So I want to check in with Monica and see what are some of the other impacts on daily life that we've been hearing.
All right. Jenny from Idaho says her top 3 issues are being nonverbal, daily living activities like bathing, eating, dressing, and then seizures. She said being nonverbal leads to behaviors due to frustration without not being able to get what he needs or wants. Activities of daily living are hard on me physically. I need a nap after getting him ready for the day, and every meal takes twice as long because I have to feed him and then eat myself. Seizures mean unexpected injuries and constant supervision for his safety. I am always on high alert for any thump I hear. Brenda from Minnesota says personal hygiene. Our 10-year-old son has regressed into having bowel incontinence. He's verbal with no intellectual delay, but he will not tell us when he needs to go and will sit in it until someone notices. Mm-hmm. He states he doesn't realize that he's gone, but I've had to leave activities due to the incontinence issues.
Sure. So thank you for writing in, for calling in. Want to continue to encourage you to do so, to kind of keep expanding this conversation. I know there's so much we have already had to cover, and I'm now piling one more thing on here. But I do want to get to one more polling question that we have for you. And then again, this is a topic that we've started to touch on. But here we want, again, pull out your phones, open that browser, go to that open tab you have on your computer. Go to pollev.com/SYNGAP. Here we want to know what worries you the most about your or your child's condition in the future. And again, here select up to 3. We've already been hearing about some of these worries about getting older and what that means. And so here we want to know what your worries are. And so the options are A, the stress of not knowing how the disease will progress. B, the worsening of severity and frequency of symptoms. C, further intellectual decline. D, uncontrollable seizures. E, the need for long-term care. F, the inability to keep up with therapies. G, the need for a G-tube. H, not being able to live independently. I, not being able to control behavior issues. J, becoming a burden to the family. K, dying at a younger age. Or L, some other worry that you have about your child's condition in the future that worries you most. And again, this is select the top 3. So I'll give you just a few moments here to think about this. All right, so as it stands, it looks like the top greatest worry for the future is the need for long-term care, followed by the not being able to live independently. I think those things probably go very closely hand in hand. Becoming a burden to the family being maybe the third, and then around kind of a cluster of things in the fourth most greatest worry, being not being able to control behavior issues, stress of not knowing how the disease will progress, worsening of severity and frequency of symptoms, and uncontrollable seizures. So quite a few really worries distributed across this community. Some people mentioning also the inability to keep up with therapies and the need for a G-tube being in their top 3 things. So I want to, if we can go to our Zoom panel here, want to hear, maybe if you want to give me a little wave of a hand, if you want to share something about one of the worries that you have for the future, I think it'd be good to, I know everybody does, so maybe we'll do a little bit of a rapid fire round robin here. You kind of give me your top line, but let's start with Maria, and then we'll go to Mickey, Eric, and Julie.
My worry is burden and bounty. I have 3 little boys, so my worry is who are they going to marry, and are they going to help take care of her when I'm not around?
Sure. Thank you, Maria. Mickey?
So one of my biggest worries is seizures and them becoming worse. And so that's probably one of my biggest worries.
Yeah, thank you, Mickey. Eric?
My biggest worry is who's going to take care of him when me and his mom are gone. His 11-year-old brother's already said, I'm going to do it. And that was without any prompting. But that's our main concern. Who's going to take care of him and if it'll be a burden on the other kids.
Wow. Julie?
I think it's really the future as well. I'm worried that other people won't understand him or get his needs met, and just planning financially for everything this child might need. I think one thing that is a common thread that all these families have said, like, we're exhausted. It is exhausting because we're always on hyper alert. We have to go above and beyond normal parenting duties. And we also need to work to make money to like afford the therapies and to manage our households. And I think that we all are zonked. I think, and there really is no respite. Like, there really isn't a such thing as a vacation when you have a Syngapian, because you can't unwind, because you have to always be alert. So I think all of these worries that everybody has shared, I think we're all connected with the same kind of worries.
No, I think that's right from what I've at least heard so far. So thank you to our Zoom panel for being willing to be with us this hour and share all of your insights and experiences. I want to give our last word in this session as we're running up to the hour that we had on the agenda for this, to a caller that we have. We have Janie from Washington State that wants to share. She has a son who is 19 years old with SYNGAP and wants to share some of her son's perspective. Janie, are you with us? I'll just give you a moment here. Janie, are you with us?
Sorry, yep, I was on mute. Sorry.
Oh, there we are.
Question of 2020, are you muted? Yeah, okay.
That's right.
I wanted to go to the poll question that asked about the child from their perspective.
Yes.
And I wanted to say that what he would want the most is to feel okay in the world. And I want to preface this with saying that he's nonverbal. And when we talk about nonverbal, it's not just that he can't form words. It's that he doesn't have that communicative intent. You know, like he can't advocate for himself. He can't do all kinds of things that we think of, that we just sort of imagine people do. So I want to say that in order for him to feel okay in the world, it's currently not set up for him. He would need his physical environment to be, he personally has good motor planning and good visual memory. Those are like pretty much the two things he can do. So he would need an physical environment where he could explore safely and not have somebody on top of him all the time, which isn't the case in our house. It's not the case at a park. It's not the case really anywhere. In the education system, he literally lacks neuroplasticity. Okay, that's part of SYNGAP, is lacking neuroplasticity. I cannot tell you how many times I've had an educator say, "Oh, he'll learn. He'll learn. We'll just keep doing it this way, and he'll learn." It's like, no, you need to learn how to have him do something without having a tantrum. Like his entire middle school, he basically got better and better at having tantrums and basically saying no in the loudest way he could. Finally, doctors, meds have unusual reactions with our kids. And as one person said earlier, caregivers often aren't believed. And so since this is a drug development session, I think just really kind of trying to look at our kids and understand what are their differences. They are like foundational human differences in our kids compared to other people. And we have to really try to understand them in really fine detail to be able to help them well. I think I just want to say in the short term, we all need trained caregivers. Like that's absolutely essential in the short term. Yep. And then in the long term, those other things are what I would go for, more understanding of the medical side, right, and just a change to education and our structures in general. Absolutely. And Janie, thank you so much. That's actually a perfect comment to segue us, not just into a break, but which we will have here momentarily, but what will come after the break, which is really talking about how well current treatments are addressing the needs of this community. And when we say treatments, we don't just mean medicines. It means the whole system of accommodations, of whether that's at school, in the home, and then what you're looking for from future treatments. So thank you so much to everyone who contributed as part of this session. Thank you again to our Zoom panel. If you haven't had a chance yet to share your family's story, your loved one's story, will be plenty of time when we come back from the break. So we're going to adjourn now briefly and resume at 3 o'clock Eastern.
Hello, my name is James Valentine, and I'm here with Monica Weldon, and we'd like to welcome you back to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting for SYNGAP1. We had a very productive first session, really digging into and understanding what it is to live with SYNGAP1. Now here in this second session, we're going to really understand what approaches to treatment there are and what it is this community is looking for in future treatments. But before we jump into that and start hearing from this patient community, we wanted to do a little bit of a setup. We know that in order to have future treatments, we need to have clinical trials to test those treatments. And so to present and share some perspectives on clinical trials in SYNGAP1, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Connie Smith-Hicks, a neurologist and research scientist at Kennedy Krieger Institute, assistant professor at the Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine, and member of the Bridge the Gap Science Advisory Board. Dr. Smith-Hicks, take it away.
Thanks, James. Good afternoon, everyone. As you've heard, I'll be talking about some of the challenges related to clinical trial design in SYNGAP1. First, I'd like to just acknowledge that I have no financial conflict of interest. Now, challenges in clinical trial design in SYNGAP1 are actually really common to other brain-based disorders. One of the most notable is the small geographically dispersed population, and that indeed poses a major problem for patient recruitment. You've heard this morning and from listening to all the parents this afternoon that these disorders are highly heterogeneous with variability of the clinical features, both at the age at which the phenotype emerges, the range of the clinical severity, and indeed, we also get some flavor when listening to the parents, and in particular, Hannah from Minnesota, about the variability of the clinical features. Now, although we know a lot about SYNGAP1, there's still gaps in our knowledge. If we take epilepsy, for example, about 86% of patients with SYNGAP1 are reported to have epilepsy, but there is variability in the type of seizures, their responsiveness to medication, and their age of onset. Now, what accounts for this variability is not quite clear. We also recognize that there is a need for prospective studies, that is, studies that would shed insight into the natural progression of the disorder. So how it changes over time, how it changes within a month, within 6 months, within a year. The focus of a lot of the clinical research thus far has been on younger individuals, but in listening to the parents this afternoon, it reminds me of the importance of expanding these studies to include older individuals with SYNGAP1. Another limitation is the lack of drug developmental precedents and prior clinical trials. Now, these limitations include the lack of tools to know when the drug has engaged its target, as well as to determine if the drug is safe and effective. Now, when I define effectiveness here, I'm thinking about the ability of the intervention to make a meaningful change in the quality of life of the individual. Now, overall, the general lack of objective tools to facilitate clinical trials is a major challenge, but it's one that we are working on and we're making some progress in. Now, the goals of clinical trials are to target problem symptoms with a hope of improving quality of life. The parents in our study at the Institute indicated that speech, motor skills, learning, and behavior were some of the major areas of concern. If you notice, about only 5 of the patients in our studies were given a formal diagnosis of a behavioral disorder, but yet 16 of the 17 indicated that behavioral symptoms significantly impacted their quality of life. Attention, irritability, and perseverative behaviors were among the most problematic. That was followed by seizures and sleep. And mind you, I haven't included communication and cognitive function, which always comes out on top. Now, it was exciting to learn that at least our studies, the data is pretty consistent with the comments that were shared by the families this afternoon. The tools that are currently used in clinical practice to measure problem behaviors have been questionnaire-based, and they have been shown in prior drug studies in other rare disorders to have a high placebo response rate in the order of about 30%. Thus, what that indicates is that there's a tremendous need for more objective measures in the form of either biomarkers or surrogate endpoints to help us determine whether the intervention is effective. Now, biomarkers and surrogate endpoints are defined by the FDA and the NIH to be biological observations that may substitute for or predict a clinically relevant endpoint or intermediate outcome. They are, or ought to be, measurable indicators of normal biological processes or pathological processes. They must be reliable indicators of change, and they need to have predictive value. So currently in SYNGAP, we have the DNA test, which serves as a wonderful diagnostic biomarker. And work is currently underway to identify biomarkers that could be used for patient stratification and to measure treatment response. So you may ask, well, why are biomarkers important? Why isn't SYNGAP diagnostic biomarker sufficient? A study by David Thomas and his colleagues performed a bioindustry analysis. They evaluated about 10,000 clinical trials from 7,500 drug development programs. And what they showed was that less than 10% of these clinical trials moved from phase 1, a safety study, to being approved. And that rate increased to about 25% when a selection biomarker was available. However, when we're thinking about brain-based studies, we note that so neurologic and psychiatric disorders, they have a slightly lower yield than when all disorders are being pooled. So the important takeaway here is that biomarkers and objective measures should increase the success rate for clinical trials, provided that we have sound biologically based interventions. Now, there's been a lot of work that has been done in the development of biomarkers and outcome measures in autism in general and other genetic disorders with similar symptoms to SYNGAP1. Cognition is certainly a common feature in SYNGAP1. Many of our patients have cognitive limitations, and those are being measured using standardized tools that evaluate both IQ and language. Eye tracking devices are being used to evaluate event memory as well as recognition of emotion, and they're being explored in the use of autism risk. Brain imaging is often used to examine both structure and function. It is limited by the need for the individual to remain still and to be able to comply with instructions. And, just based on what we've heard this afternoon, we can imagine that that would be very challenging for our patient population. EEGs, you'll find, are very commonly used. They have tremendous value because they're non-invasive. They record the brain's electrical activity across the lifespan, and they can be used in individuals with varying levels of cognitive, language, or behavioral abilities. Biochemistry and genomics, these are emerging tools, and what's nice is that they rely on biological samples that could be obtained using minimally invasive techniques. So where are we in the process of identifying biomarkers in SYNGAP1? Well, to reiterate, successful measures should be linked to clinically meaningful outcomes, and ideally they should provide comparable readouts between animal models and humans to make the translation of therapeutic interventions more seamless. In the case of seizures, abnormal spiking on the EEG that represents imbalance in excitation and in inhibition has a potential for use as biomarkers, and many groups have been looking at spike burden and spectral properties on the EEG. Sensory processing, also a major area of difficulty. There's been some preclinical work out of Dr. Rumbaugh's lab that talks about premature maturation of the somatosensory cortex. And more recently, we learned about work involving pupillary size in response to light. Clinically, several groups are looking at a role of EEG in identifying or understanding the brain's response to sensory inputs. Sleep is another very common area, as you heard, and Dr. Shilpa Kadam's lab have looked and have shown that there is some gamma power abnormalities on EEG during transition states in sleep, and there are several groups looking at the role for EEG, polysomnography, and there's an emerging role for actigraphy in that regard. In cognition, there is some preclinical rodent data indicating memory difficulties, and my group and others are looking at cognitive measures that we can determine to be feasible in our population, regardless of their range of difficulties. Eye tracking and gaits, those certainly have some potential for use in SYNGAP1. Dr. Andy Stanfield's group in the UK, they have begun to do some work on using eye tracking in SYNGAP1. So at the Kennedy Krieger Institute, we have been focused on doing a number of things. We are looking at EEG data in the form of event-related potentials to evaluate sensory profile. Dr. Smith-Fine, a young investigator who spoke on Tuesday, shared some of her efforts to evaluate gaits in another rare disorder that she's begun to apply to SYNGAP1. There is certainly work that we've been doing to look at sleep and behavior using actigraphy. We've done some collaborative work with Dr. Holder looking at sleep. Now it's a really good thing that sleep is amenable to remote data acquisition, especially in this era of COVID. Now, towards the goals of developing quantitative measures for behavior, Dr. Rooker, a member of her team, is looking at the utility of telebehavioral analysis in quantifying behaviors in SYNGAP1, whether it's self-interest behavior or aggression or other dysregulated behaviors. And we have some efforts in looking at blood-based biomarkers, which have really only begun. So the pandemic has really caused us to rethink the way we do clinical research. Not only do we need to have more multi-site effort that eliminates redundancy, but we need to be able to gather prospective history and engage in multi-site efforts in clinical trials. The need to develop strategies for remote acquisition of data to incorporate tele-research, I think, is very important. And if we can incorporate these changes, I anticipate that there should be an increase in patient engagement, and we should be able to reduce some of the impact from the small geographically dispersed population. Like I said, we also need objective measures that will allow us to stratify patients to enrich our population for patient enrollment. But in order to do that, we need to have better understanding of the disease, and certainly mechanistic biomarkers that determine when the drug has hit the target is of critical importance. In addition, of critical importance are also surrogate endpoints and outcome measures. So there's a lot of work that we still have ahead of us, but it's exciting. And I think that there is so much that we can learn from other rare disorders. So with that, I just want to thank the parent advocacy organizations and certainly the parents that we have had the pleasure of working with, in addition to funding organizations and our team. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Smith-Hicks, and really important to understand those challenges in conducting clinical trials in a rare disease like SYNGAP1. But something very important that you said, and also goes back to what Dr. Michelle Campbell said from FDA this morning, that understanding what is important and meaningful in terms of an outcome to patients will help us in designing clinical trials. And so everybody who's participating today, your input will actually help overcome some of these challenges that Dr. Smith-Hicks just highlighted. So it just speaks to how important today's meeting is. So now I'd like to introduce our second topic for today that we're going to cover. If we could have our discussion questions. These are the things that we're going to want you to consider. We want you to call in to respond to, write in to respond to, and that we'll be engaging on over the next hour and 25 minutes or so, which is really looking at the treatments that this community uses to try to live with and manage their child's SYNGAP symptoms. When we talk about these things that you're doing, and when I use the word treatment, I really mean it in the broadest sense. Of course, that does include medicines. We heard a little bit earlier today about some of the different symptomatic treatments that are used to try to help overcome some of the individual symptoms of SYNGAP. But it also could mean medical procedures, medical devices, mobility assistance aids, also just other things that are done more holistically, even things like speech, occupational therapy, and lifestyle modifications, maybe changes in your household or things that are modifications and accommodations needed in the school or workplace. So we really are casting a wide net, looking at all the tools in your toolbox. And in understanding these things, we want to understand how well these things actually help treat and manage these most significant symptoms of SYNGAP1 that you taught us about in that first session. Knowing that no treatment, particularly medicines, come with no downside, no trade-off, often side effects, we do want to understand what those most significant downsides are of all those different things that you've tried and are using to treat SYNGAP1, and how any of those downsides affect daily life. And then at the end of our session, we're going to be focusing on the future and asking you, short of a complete cure, which of course we would all want for SYNGAP1, but before we get there, when that next drug or set of drugs comes down the pipeline, what specific things would you look for from that next ideal treatment? Said another way, maybe in considering a new treatment, what factors would be important to you? So to get us started on this topic, we have another great set of panelists from this community who are going to share their experiences with treatments. We have Kevin, Amit, Marta, Sandra, and Chantel who are going to share their experiences. So Kevin, go ahead and take it away.
My name is Kevin, and I live in Port Jefferson Station, New York. My son Ryan was diagnosed with SYNGAP1 at age 4. Having a child with SYNGAP1 gene mutation can be quite demanding on the entire family. Not just the child with the gene mutation, but the parents and siblings are affected as well on a daily basis. In regards to current treatments that our son Ryan is receiving, we feel that while he is making progress in some areas, it is not fast enough or where we wish he would be cognitively. By age 3 to 4 months old, we realized that Ryan was not reaching his milestones like his 2 older brothers did. If we could hope for new treatments for SYNGAP, of all of the symptoms that Ryan has, the 3 symptoms that have the most impact on Ryan are communication, seizures, and behavioral problems. We wish there could be new treatments in these areas. When Ryan was about 8 months old, he started physical therapy, occupational therapy, and working with a special education instructor. Ryan goes to kindergarten and is in special education. He has a school aide that is assigned to him at school that is with him on a one-to-one basis for the entire day. As soon as Ryan turned 18 months old, he started speech therapy, because in New York State, they don't start speech therapy before the age of 18 months. Initially, since Ryan is nonverbal, therapy was things like singing to him, touching his face while saying the ABCs, and toy playing. As Ryan has grown older, speech therapy now focuses on trying to teach him to use a communication device and as well as sign language. Even with therapy, he can indicate yes or no most of the time by shaking his head or pointing to his chest. But communication is still extremely limited. Ryan started walking around the age of 2 with the use of a special walker to assist him with his gait. Prior to using the walker, Ryan could not stand on his own. He gradually built up muscle tone, and after about 6 months, he could stand and walk on his own. It was a huge relief to see and know that Ryan could walk and play with his brothers. Ryan started using SMO braces after he started walking because he was born with hypotonia, and when he would walk with his walker, he would drag his right foot behind him. Ryan is currently using UCBL orthotics now to continue to correct his gait, running and jumping, and is now able to run, do steps, and jump on the trampoline, all with his brothers. Ryan, like most people suffering from SYNGAP1 gene mutation, suffers from other comorbidities, such as epilepsy, and has absent or petit mal seizures, which still are not under control, even with medications. He currently takes Lamictal at 125 milligrams in the morning and in the evening. It is quite frustrating at this point for our entire family because his seizures are still not under control. We are still titrating up his dose because it is still subtherapeutic. Hopefully once at a therapeutic dose, Ryan will see improvement. Ryan uses melatonin for sleep, which for the moment works, and Ryan seems to get a good night's sleep of at least 8 hours. Ryan is an escape artist, and that is one of the hardest things to deal with on a day-to-day basis, especially considering we have an 8 and 10-year-old as well, and they are all boys. We have never tried any medications to try and help with his behavior. Ryan's mom, though, is about to start taking a class with a social worker to learn behavioral interventions. We have been considering trying clonidine, but have not yet started. Going on vacations can be quite the challenge as well because of Ryan not being in his normal surroundings can affect his sleep, which in turn affects the day not only for Ryan but the entire family. Ryan is very sensory oriented and has a habit of pulling hair and pinching people, so simple things like going to the park are challenging because we have to follow every step he takes so he does not hurt any of the other children. Myself being in the medical field, I know we always have to weigh the pros and cons when it comes to treatments, where there is not much evidence backing these clinical trials. Because Ryan has such severe problems, we would probably be willing to take a chance on trying a new treatment, even if there were possible risks. No risk, then no reward. But at the same time, we definitely need to make a good informed, educated decision on what treatments we would want to try on our child. In regards to different therapies, my wife and I are open to anything that is going to give our son a better quality of life.
My name is Amit and I reside in India. Our loving and adorable son Vivan was born in October 2015. By the time he turned 8 months old, we noticed he couldn't sit up or have proper balance and was missing his milestones. At 11 months, we became increasingly concerned and took him for occupational therapy. Over the period of 9 months, Vivan learned to sit up by himself and stay balanced without additional support. At a year and a half, we noticed him zoning out for a few seconds at short intervals throughout the day. Awake and sleep EEGs confirmed that Vivan was indeed having seizures, where he would get at least one seizure every 10 minutes. With genetic testing, we learned that Vivan has a rare genetic mutation called SYNGAP1. The results showed us what he was going through. He was not only troubled by absent seizures, but also a gamut of issues, such as underdeveloped oral motor skills, traits and manifestation of ASD, difficulty walking, chewing and swallowing food, hypotonia, constipation, disruptive sleep patterns, and many other health concerns. There were times when Vivan would bite himself and others, pull his and other people's hair, cry uncontrollably, get agitated, and show aggression. To our knowledge, Vivan is the only recorded case in India. With the help of his doctors, he engages in regular occupational and speech therapies, which have resulted in positive changes in Vivan. Now he can walk independently, play with blocks, understand and identify colors, shapes, objects, and much more. Although he is non-verbal, he communicates with everyone using specific actions and words to indicate what he wants, likes, and dislikes. As for medications, Vivan is taking a combination of Valence, which is divalproex, Lamictal, and ethosuximide, which have helped in controlling his seizures for almost 3 years now. He's also taking statins to manage his behavior and a medication for ADHD. Over the course of time, Vivan has become calmer than before, is manageable, and responds in a positive manner. However, each time we change the dosage of his medication, it disrupts his sleeping and eating patterns along with his behavior. Once the medication is given for a period of time, Vivan gradually comes back to sleeping soundly for at least 3 to 4 hours without interruptions, and his appetite increases too. For the past 3 years, Vivan has attended an early childhood education center along with a shadow teacher where he would learn, mingle, play, and conduct activities with children of different age groups. Since the COVID-19 pandemic, his shadow teacher comes home for one-to-one occupational and speech therapy sessions every day. Along with performing a variety of activities with his shadow teacher, Vivan loves listening to different types of music and is fascinated with musical instruments like drums and piano. Currently, his seizures are under control due to the medication, and he pays attention while doing activities with his shadow teacher for a longer period of time. He shows willingness to learn, adapt, and talk. He can now walk somewhat properly without holding our hands and climbs up the stairs by holding the bars. Vivan is self-motivated and tries his best to explain what he wants verbally and non-verbally. We are aware of the challenges that Vivan currently faces and may continue to do so as he grows older. Along with an ABA therapist, Vivan requires guidance from a therapist who can help him chew and swallow food. We believe our quality of life would improve tremendously if Vivan can talk, eat, and chew his food, and can do the day-to-day activities by himself. As Vivan is our only child, we are always concerned about what will happen to him after we are gone. We are in contact with a researcher in India who is working on a treatment related to behavior rescue in SYNGAP1. The symptoms that Vivan primarily needs treatment for are seizures, inability to talk, and oral motor skills. There is a long way to go for Vivan, other children like him, the families, and all those involved in finding a cure for SYNGAP1. I believe that one day we will find a solution and all the hard work, dedication, and countless sleep nights will not go in vain.
Hello everyone, my name is Marta De Gia. I live in Texas with my daughter Sofia, who is 18 years old. Since Sofia was born, I noticed she wasn't well. This was when our journey started. We had been overwhelmed with doctors' visits, therapists, lack of sleep, and fear of daily life. From the time Sophie was born, all her developmental milestones were delayed. We started early intervention with PT at 6 months and then added OT and speech. I didn't see much progress with several hours a week of therapy, but still we were celebrating every little gain. As a toddler, Sophie didn't seem to be able to connect, interact, or understand much, and to make matters worse, her eloping hyperactivity and lack of attention were getting in the way. She also had insomnia and anxiety. Later on, she started to be aggressive and obsessive. Her neurologist first wanted to treat her insomnia and ADHD from age 4 to 10. We were seemed to try a new unsuccessful medicine every 6 months, including Adderall, Trazodone, Imipramine, Roserem, Clonazepam, Remeron, all causing worsening behavior soon after starting. The only ones that seemed partially help her hyperactivity were guanfacine and now clonidine. Eventually, Sophie had whole exome sequencing, and by 11 we got the news she had SYNGAP1 mutation. Due to her eye flutters, our neurologist was suspicious of seizures and did an EEG. She was started on valproic acid. 3 months later, she developed severe liver toxicity and liver encephalopathy. Then she was started on clobazam and has since been on this medication. Regarding therapy, by age 5, Sophie was in speech, OT, PT, equine, and music therapy. But all that didn't seem to matter because therapy sessions became hours of physical restraints to prevent her from eloping, hurting herself and others. Every session of therapy felt like I was taking Sophie to the torture chamber. Everyone was as lost as her parents, teachers, and therapists. We then turned our hopes to applied behavioral analysis, ABA, therapy, and started an intense program. When we started at age 5, her attention span was few seconds and redirecting her was impossible. After few months, her attention span was getting a little bit better, but at the same time, more aggressive behaviors were escalating and lasting longer. She was getting stronger and more difficult to control. She started pulling hair, hitting to any undesirable noise or visual, chasing other kids, and staff at school, to mention few. So at age 12, we started homeschooling. During her teen years, we were back holding her on the floor for 2-3 hours due to tantrums. But because she was so big, it took 2 to 3 people. Today, Sophie is mentally about 3-4 years old and needs constant supervision as she can move from point A to B very fast. We live in a locked place with alarm 24/7. At night, I still have a baby monitor. She needs assistance for all basic needs, showering, toileting, dressing, and eating. We also have added more diagnoses to her chart, including profound mental retardation, autism, OCD, hypotonia, elbow contractor, and scoliosis, among others. She currently is on sertraline, clobazam, and clonidine. These drugs all have many undesirable side effects for a SYNGAPian, including irritability, emotional disturbances, fatigue, insomnia, among others. ABA has transformed our lives, but I don't think I can keep up with so many hours of therapy the rest of Sophie's life. It is unrealistic and worrisome. Now that Sophie is 18, I want to keep Sophie safe, happy, and at home, but I don't know how long we can do that. I worry very much if I am gone before her, burden of her disease on the family and caregivers may become too much for them and Sophie will have poor care. If Sophie could talk and clearly express her feelings, I am sure she will ask you to fast-track the process to find a cure or at least a medicine that will directly target the low SYNGAP protein in her brain and make her symptoms better. She loves independence and being understood, and targeting these areas will be ideal besides seizure control. The disease is so incapacitating that even invasive procedures to deliver therapy will be welcome. Thank you so much for your attention.
My name is Sandra Abler and I'm from Austria. Our SYNGAP child Leon is now 4 years old. We would sacrifice everything to try a therapy that could help Leon. As a parent, it is unbearable to watch Leon suffer and not be able to help him. Watching him suffer and self-harm every day and night is the worst torture imaginable. Regardless of the therapy option available, we would be willing to try it. We are desperate to have a therapy that could help him and our family. His condition impacts our lives in every way. Therapy for his sleep problems would help prevent him from waking up screaming up to 20 times at night or being awake for hours at night several times a week. Our family currently sleeps separately across the house to ensure at least some of us each night get some sleep. We have already spent thousands of dollars on sleep support. We also tested 6 different medications. Some had the opposite effect and made him bright and cheerful in the middle of the night. Others made him so tired that he couldn't walk straight until midday the next day. One medication made his seizures twice as bad as usual. It is so frustrating that it is not possible with today's medical resources to help a 4-year-old sleep better. Therapy for the intestinal problems would help prevent him from having intestinal cramps every day and constantly needing enemas. Leon can often not do his business for several days. His belly gets bigger and bigger, making him more uncomfortable and frustrated. Due to his weak oral muscles, he can't drink without swallowing a lot of air. When he is constipated, he cries a lot and bites us for what appears to be no reason. He then has a lot of wine, which gives us the clue that his stomach has been causing him pain. Eventually, when his stomach is absolutely full, he has events which feel like total emptying. I would like to spare you details, but let me say that he needs new clothes from top to bottom and has to be bathed. We have taken him to hospital 3 times because of his digestive problems. They put tubes in his bottom, tubes in his esophagus, in his nose, and it took 4 people to hold him down. It was one of the worst medical interventions for me. As so often, he stretched out his arms for us to help. He choked and struggled for air. As he can't speak, he could not call for help. As he is mentally handicapped, he could not understand why we, his parents, his protectors, hold him tight and don't help him. We have tried several medications. The clinic has now informed us that they don't see any possibility of helping Leon with digestive issues. Presumably due to the poor condition of his intestine, Leon has now also developed allergies. Again, we are powerless to help him and watch him suffer. Leon suffers from reflex epilepsy, triggered by noise. If we had a medication which would reduce these seizures, he wouldn't fall over 70 times a day, cry bitterly, have spots and open wounds all over his body. It would mean that his little sister could be in the room with him again, maybe even play with him. Currently, every loud word from his little sister triggers a seizure. He could go to kindergarten for more than an hour because he wouldn't be completely overstimulated. If we found a medication that helped his seizures, he would then be spared all of the trial and errors in testing all of the epilepsy drugs on him. He would no longer be like a laboratory rat. We know from other families that sometimes up to 7 medications have to be tried with massive side effects, often only to reduce the number of attacks, not to stop them. A lot of people with SYNGAP have intractable epilepsy. We put Leon on a ketogenic diet. With this diet, he is only allowed to eat very few carbohydrates and the main ingredient is fat. The ketogenic diet is known to achieve good results in epilepsy. When we first started the diet, it took his body over 2 months to adjust. He vomited, couldn't walk and cried a lot. Unfortunately, it didn't help his epilepsy. 3 months ago, we started on a new epilepsy medication. Unfortunately, he has still about 30 seizures a day, and because of his new medication, he is also very sleepy and wobbly on his feet. Even a therapy for speaking would completely change his life and bring him a much better quality of life. He wants to speak but can't get the words out of his mouth. It clearly annoys him because he then cries and often becomes aggressive. To communicate, all he can do is point and make noises and cry. You can imagine how frustrating it is for him, especially as he is subjected to so much pain and suffering. We would like to thank you and hope so much that the torture our children and family endure will find some relief one day. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chantal Bira. I am a 55 years old French-Canadian mother of 2 adult children. Anne-Marie, a 26-year-old young woman, and Francis, a 23-year-old lovely SYNGAPian young man who is 8 years old in his mind. We discovered that our son Francis was seriously mentally handicapped by the age of 5. Before that, we suspected something was wrong with him since he was late with accomplishing milestones, such as sitting at 10 months old. He was first officially diagnosed with mild intellectual disability and autism. Aggressiveness and communication has always been his biggest challenges. So the whole family dynamic had to be adapted around his tantrums and limitations. He started taking all sorts of medications from the age of 5, with Depakote first and risperidone soon after. He still had acute behavior issues as he started school and intense intervention. We had some respite and weekend activities for him, but by the age of 10, he was so hard to manage that the organizations expelled him from their program. We were left out without services and support, so we finally had to admit him in a special hospital for autistic children supervised under a psychiatrist for 6 months. They changed his medications to benzodiazepines such as Ativan and added Remeron and Largetil to control his behavior. He was able to come back home with the help of special educators that occasionally came to help us. He was able to go back to his school. But 2 years later, the aggressions came back with puberty, and he was admitted for a second time at the same hospital. That is when he was diagnosed with SYNGAP mutation by Dr. Jacques Michaud at St. Justin Hospital here in Montreal in 2011. When he was able to get out, we had to make the hardest decision of our life, put him in a special home at the age of 14. His medication by then consisted of mostly benzodiazepines and anxiety meds. He was never diagnosed with epilepsy, but his psychiatrist still prescribed him Neurontin as a precaution. He was also prescribed Nuleptil, which is an anti-anxiety and anti-psychotic medication. By the age of 18, he became more and more rigid and refused to go to school. That had serious impact on his academic and intellectual development. He slowly became more anxious and did not want to go to new places and activities, even if adapted for him. He did not have a psychiatrist nor a neurologist for 5 years because of administration's reasons. SYNGAP is not known here in Quebec, and no one could help us find the right medications. His family doctor tried to change some, but without any success. His anxiety and aggressive behavior became a daily challenge for his caregivers, and we were forced to hospitalize him for a third time, but in an adult hospital. A new psychiatrist accepted to supervise him, and he was hospitalized for 8 months, and he finally got out last October 5th. During that 8 months period, they took him off all medications, and he currently is on Lamictal and Clonidine, and recently takes 120 milligrams of CBD per day. He has been stable for 2 months now, at the age of 24. We are aware that all the challenges are far from over, and as he gets older, he is now limited in his strength, activities, and interest. He has developed arthritis, and his feet are slowly getting crooked. His gait is worsening, and we were told that he might be in a wheelchair at some point in his life. Since nothing is done here in Canada, we rely on the research done in the US. An ideal treatment for him seems utopic, since he is already 24 years old, and because we live in Canada and we cannot travel with him. We are hopeless and learn to live one day at a time, not knowing what will become of him in the future. Thank you.
Wow. Well, thank you again to another tremendous panel of caregivers who, really, dug deep and let us know what it is to try to treat and manage those symptoms and health effects of SYNGAP1. And now that's what we want to do with all of you again. This is our second opportunity today to expand the conversation to all of you in the audience, our patients and our caregivers living with SYNGAP1. And if you have treatment experiences that you would like to share, We would encourage you to go ahead and call in to share those experiences. You can dial in again at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that number is 1-703-844-3231. We would love to talk with you live today. And as another reminder, you can also provide written comments in that written comment submission box that's on the same webpage as the live stream. But to kick us off in this discussion and broaden this to everyone in our audience, I'm going to ask you now to pull those phones back out, open that separate tab. We're going to do a few polling questions together. So if you can go and, again, to pollev.com/SYNGAP, that will bring you to the polling questions, and you can keep those up for the rest of the session, as we'll have a few more down the road as well. So here, for our individuals living with SYNGAP and their direct caregivers, we'd like you to answer this question. How are you are you using any of the following to manage your or your child's SYNGAP? Select all that apply. So here we want you to check off all of those that you are using to help manage your child's SYNGAP. The options are A, medications to help with behavioral issues, B, anti-seizure medication, C, sleep medication, D, antidepressant or anti-anxiety medication, E, medical or recreational marijuana or CBD, F, other prescription medications not captured above, G, dietary and herbal supplements not mentioned above, and H, not currently using any medication or supplement. So again, please select all that apply. I'll remind you that since this is a question where you can select more than one option, you're seeing a percentage of the overall responses. That's not a percentage of people who selected any particular response option. So it looks like a lot of our responses have come in. We'll give you just a few more moments so everybody can catch up and get into the system here in this third and final set of polling questions that we'll be doing together today. We want to know which of the following you're using to help manage your or your child's SYNGAP. As it stands, it looks like the most commonly used medication or supplement is anti-seizure medications. After that, it looks like it's medications to help with behavioral issues, followed perhaps by sleep medications and antidepressants and anti-anxiety meds. We're seeing still, a fair number of individuals reporting that they use other prescription meds not listed, as well as marijuana and CBD, and a number of people using dietary and herbal supplements as well. A very small proportion of the total, community represented today are not using any medication. And so whether you are using some of these medications, one of these, or none of these, we want to understand why that is, how you made your choice to, use the medications you're currently on, and how well those things are working. So if we can go to our second polling question. So now we want to expand this, and we just asked you about medications and supplements. Here we want to ask you, beyond those, are you using any of the following to manage your or your child's SYNGAP? And again, please select all that apply. The options are A, special diet, B, physical therapy, C, occupational therapy, D, speech therapy, E, equine therapy, F, applied behavioral analysis, G, complementary or alternative therapy approaches like meditation, spirituality, or Reiki, H, counseling or seeing a therapist, I, some other treatment approach that wasn't listed on this slide, wasn't listed on the last slide, and then J, if you're not currently doing anything. So again, please select all those that you are using to help manage your child's SYNGAP. All right, so as it stands, we'll keep responding here, but as it stands, it looks like speech and occupational therapy are the most common non-medication, non-dietary supplement management approaches being used by this community, at least represented here today. After that, we're seeing physical therapy as well as special diets and then followed closely by other treatment approaches, so things not mentioned here. And that's really important because we do want to hear about those things, not just the most common experiences, but also things that maybe you've tried that aren't as well known, or maybe that we just we're not able to include on these slides. So interestingly, everything here is being used by this community. And again, there are some number of people who are not currently doing anything. And so we would love to understand where you or your loved one is in their SYNGAP journey and your decision to currently not do anything. So if we can go to one more polling question right now. So thinking about all of those different approaches to treatment, the medicines, the supplements, the other approaches, we want you to tell us how well that current treatment regimen controls your or your child's condition overall. The options are A, not at all, B, very little, C, somewhat, D, to a great extent, or E, not applicable because you're not using anything. So again, please rate how well this current regimen that you told us the things that you're using on the previous two questions. Let us know how well that is controlling your child's condition overall. And now I know this is hard, and I know that the devil is in the details, so we're going to be asking you to help us explain what you meant by any of these response options and why you picked it, and what that help looks like, and where those gaps in current, still exist. So this isn't going to be the thing that tells the whole story, but very interesting to see that about 2/3 of the audience is saying that they're it's dropping a little bit, but now 60% of the audience is saying that the current treatments help somewhat. About 20% saying they help very little. About 6% saying to a great extent. We have about 13% who aren't using anything, and nobody is saying that those things that are available don't help at all. So very interested then to hear where things do work, because everyone's saying that they help at least a little, and then where those gaps are. So thank you for participating in these polling questions. We'll have a few more that we'll come back to a little bit later. But I want to start this discussion and broaden it. Again, inviting you to think about the response you gave in those polling questions and tell us why. You can call in at 1-703-844-3231. But to get us started on this topic, we have invited another cadre of members of your community here today who have joined us here on Zoom, as you can see. So I'd like to start this discussion actually thinking about where these different treatment approaches do help. What would we consider a treatment success, or at least a treatment success that's helped a little or somewhat, since we did have that many people pick those two options. And so maybe if we can start here with Jamie and weigh in on what were you thinking? What did what's the current treatment regimen that you employ, and where does that kind of line up in terms of how well it's working?
All right, sure. Jamie from Raleigh, North Carolina. Our son is 7, and we were diagnosed last year with SYNGAP. So we do not have epilepsy, so we actually do not have any medication at this time. But we are using a whole host of therapies in terms of speech, occupational, behavioral, and a diet. I think we started even before our autism diagnosis in SYNGAP. We limited his diet to soy-free, dairy-free, gluten-free. And when he was about 3, that made a big difference. It really kind of lengthened his fuse. He had a really short fuse. He was very OCD, and he wasn't talking at that time, which we just thought that was why he had the behaviors. And when we removed all that, his behaviors did improve a bit. And he then kind of started talking a little bit more as well. So we've continued that for the most part. and just having a really solid IEP through our school system has been huge as well.
So it sounds like the main symptom and health effects of SYNGAP that those treatments are looking to address are, I would say, it sounds like obviously the behavioral aspects. You talked about some of the impacts that diet has had on that. Any other symptoms that those treatments are targeting, and how would you evaluate how well those treatments are working?
Sure. Behavior and I think speech. Speech is kind of associated with behavior, right? They get frustrated when they're unable to understand or communicate. Mason is pretty verbal, but he's been in speech therapy since he was about 3, so and probably will be for quite some time. So I think from a high extent, speech therapy has been very helpful.
Okay.
I think right now our main issues are behavior, very the inflexibility and rigidity of like the autistic behaviors. We haven't quite gone to the ABA yet, but we are considering that.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jamie. Solen, how about you? What were you thinking in terms of where you landed on how well current treatments are working? Anything that you've noticed that has helped?
Yeah, thanks. So I'm Solène. I'm from France, but I live in Montreal, Canada. And my son, Côme, who is 12 years old, was diagnosed 10 years ago by Dr. Michaud in Montreal, Canada. He was actually one of the first patients to be diagnosed with SYNGAP1. I'm really happy to be with you today. So I would say my experience is very close to the results of your poll, because actually the only treatment or syndromes I actually treat are seizures. My son has epilepsy, like huge epilepsy symptoms. I would say he has like maybe 100 seizures a day, which is a lot. And that's why, and the last question, I put very little. I could have put somewhat, but whatever the treatment, the seizures are still there. So I tried CBD oil, the keto diet. Currently, we have 3 different drugs for epilepsy, Keppra, lamotrigine, and clonazepam. It works, but not that well. So I would say for me, the most important symptom we need to treat is epilepsy, because of the epilepsy, we can't really stimulate him, because whenever we stimulate him, it creates more seizures. So it's we just don't know how to end this, because we can't stimulate, so he can't develop himself.
Sure. So when you say that that the current treatment regimen helps some or a little, however you phrase it, obviously not a great deal. How do you notice that it helps? Is it a reduction in the number of seizures? Is it help in terms of you can do more things that don't trigger? How did you notice that it's helped? Can you describe that a little bit?
Yeah, it's a good question. I would say it helps in the number of seizures. He has less seizures. So after he takes the medicine, the drugs, it's morning and night. In the morning, he's much better. So we know we can do more things with him. We can stimulate him more right after he takes the drugs. At the end of the day, of course, it's a nightmare, because he doesn't respond, and he does a lot of seizures. But yes, when we take the drugs for a few hours, he's more present and he can learn and do more things.
Sure. Thank you so much, Solen. Brenda, I want to bring you into this as well. Thinking about that treatment regimen, whether that's drug treatments, dietary supplements, or that broader kind of range of things. Was there anything that stuck out to you as being particularly helpful? I think we're having some connectivity issues with Brenda there. So I actually see that we have a phone caller that wants to speak to this. We have Charles from Connecticut, wants to talk about his daughter's treatment experience. So Charles, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. So in terms of Gabriella's treatment regimen, it was a struggle until we changed neurologists, and the new neurologist put her on a cocktail of medicine that controlled her seizures. So she was on the verge of getting kicked out of school, a lot of seizure activity, and then suddenly even the school commented it was like night and day. So from a treatment perspective, controlling the seizures had an enormous positive impact. Not everything went away. Her behaviors certainly didn't disappear, etc. And so one of the things that we found that she enjoys quite a bit and helps control the behaviors is she is able to be somewhat engaged in physical activity. So she loves to go horseback riding. She does adaptive skiing. Her aide takes her for 2-3 mile walks. And engaging in any type of physical activity seems to temper part of her behaviors and keep her a bit on the cheery side, shall I say. So what works is, but it all, I go all the way back to controlling the seizures. Without that, nothing else would be working. Her behaviors, she still has behaviors. There are no behavioral meds seem to really control it. And it's, as I say, rather puzzling sometimes. She'll have a behavioral issue that she never had before, completely unexpected. And I think somebody mentioned earlier I guess the Bruce Banner Hulk meltdown. We call them the nuclear meltdown. She will still have that kind of behaviors, but without the seizure control, it'd be far, far worse.
Sure. So can you help me understand maybe a little bit, from what I learned in our previous session, it sounds like, cooperation and participating in any specific activity, there may be more or less cooperation there. So, how are there certain physical activities that she really enjoys and it's easy to have her participate in, and how often are you able to, is she able to do these different types of physical activities?
Well, it's really a function of time. I mean, she'd ride a horse every day of the week, all day long, but there just isn't that capability.
Sure.
So she's able to do it once a week. She has her equine therapy. She skis, assuming we're going to have skiing. Now, she doesn't ski independently. It's what they call adaptive skiing. But we just got her a pair of skis, and she was very happy about that, and she's waiting for the snow. And she goes once a week in the ski season. She has her particular coach, who's kind of adopted her, so to speak, as the volunteer. And she skis 4 to 6 hours a day. She doesn't seem to get tired, by the way, as opposed to the rest of us. She walks every day with her aide, as obviously the weather's changing, but she walks, and they go for a good 2 mile walk. So if you get her out of basketball, that's the other big thing she loves. She'll get on a basketball court and she'll play basketball with you for quite a period of time. So anything involving motion, any type of motion, she seems to really enjoy over and over again. Swimming, roller coasters, that type of stuff.
Wow.
So she'll engage in those activities and and you don't have any problems with that.
Sure. Well, that's very interesting to hear and very helpful to hear. So thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
So I want to try Brenda again here, see if we can connect. And again, focused on this topic of, have you noticed anything that helps?
So what we use, I'm sorry, I'm Brenda from Zoom, Minnesota.
Oh, Brenda, it sounds a little hard. I think you still have connectivity issues. I'll ask our team behind the scenes to connect with you on how to get you back in so we can talk. But while we're talking about different treatment, regimens, I want to expand the conversation. We've been talking about some of the things that have worked well. While we're still talking about that, of course, we want to keep hearing those experiences. I'm going to expand it to also thinking about treatment downsides, the trade-offs that come along with those treatments, and just encourage you, again, if you want to share a treatment experience, whether it's on the positive or the negative side, we want to hear that, and you can call in at 1-703-844-3231. We would love to hear your comments. But I know we have had some comments come in about treatments from our in writing. So, Monica?
Well, we've had one comment come in for talking about treatment successes from Melanie and St. Helens. She says behavior analysis is key for our children, as our daughter was out of education for 14 months as school could not meet her needs due to behavior. As our daughter has grown, we have noticed behavior spikes during puberty. Speech therapy is never too early to start an augmentative communication, as this helps to ease frustration levels. And I can absolutely totally agree with that with my own son. And then we have another comment that in regards, and I didn't know if you wanted me to go there or not, but she stated treatment and downsides and failures. And Chantel from Montreal says, currently not having any therapy because there are no services after 21 years old. And so I guess that would be a downside and a segue into kind of the question that you had asked the panel. And speaking of my own experience with my son,
yes,
just an observation, with the spectrum, that I've observed, like with my son, it seems like when seizures aren't controlled, he becomes very overstimulated and very avoidant. And then I noticed that on the other side of the spectrum, with what I'm hearing in some stories, is that some of the kids are sensory seeking, that it calms them. So, and then they, just that parallel with seizure control. And it would be interesting just to, to actually look at all of that as well. So that's a good, it's a really, I think, important aspect of where maybe behaviors come from, and if that success in like Solène had said, the success in treatments of and control of seizures makes it so much better.
Yeah, we think we heard that from Charles too.
Yes.
So, yeah, so I think let's, now that we've gone there down to the treatment downside road, we actually have a polling question on that. So let's do that together. If you can go pull out your phones, go to that tab that you have open in your browser, go to pollev.com/SYNGAP. Here we want to know, what are the biggest drawbacks of those current treatment approaches? So all those things that you said you're currently using. And here we want you to select up to 3. So what are the 3 biggest drawbacks of those current approaches? The options are A, it's not very effective. B, it's a high cost or copay or not covered by insurance. C, limited availability or accessibility. D, number of pills or medications needed per day. E, side effects. F, it requires too much effort and or time commitment. G, some other drawback that's not listed on this slide. Or H, this question's not applicable because you are not currently using any treatment approaches.
Oh, this is a hard one.
Yes. This is just, again, to get us started, get us thinking, and we encourage you to call in 1703-844-3231 or write in. Again, there's that comment box right there on the website where this live stream is coming through, so you can write in with your comments. If you don't feel comfortable calling in, that's totally okay. We'll get to your comment or try to get to your comment, read it out loud. But as it stands, and again, these are percentages of responses. It's looking like right now side effects is the biggest drawback of current treatment approaches. But that is followed pretty closely by the fact that these products are not very effective, the number of pills and medications needed per day, and that it requires too much effort and or time commitment. So we really would like to hear about these things, which medications or treatment approaches carry these drawbacks. And what do those drawbacks actually mean in terms of impacting your life? We know that it's not just the symptoms of SYNGAP itself that can have an impact, but perhaps these drawbacks have an impact as well. We do see that there are a few other things being listed here, and we want to certainly capture things that aren't ones that maybe are on our radar. So with that, I'd like to take us back to our Zoom panel. And if we could have Karen maybe start us off, when you were thinking about that polling question and drawbacks, downsides, of current treatments, what stuck out in your mind?
Sure. I'm Karen. I have a 20-year-old son who was diagnosed at 17 and a half. I would have to say behavior, the side effects from some of the medications he's taken have contributed to behavior. The seizure medications, he's on 3 and CBD, and he is still not controlled, has seizures every day. And with the seizures, as the others have pointed out, the seizures do absolutely impact behavior. The best way to explain it is like static on a radio. And when he's got that static, there's no tuning in to school, paying attention to teachers, paying attention to therapists. So we put a lot of time and effort into the therapy. Right now, it's a lot of ABA to deal with the behavior issues we're having. And when he's having a lot of runs of seizures, he's not going to accomplish a whole lot in behavior therapy either. So it's a lot, like I said, it's a lot of effort, a lot of time. And we've been doing this. He started showing signs of issues, seizures, diagnosed at 10 months. So we've been on this path a long time, a lot of interventions. On the upside, we did have a lot of sensory issues when he was younger, and we did the brushing protocol. That was wonderful. That worked wonders to improve a lot of his sensory. And with improving the sensory, it improved his ability to walk, his motion, his stability. So from that standpoint, we've had, I think, more downsides than upsides, but I have to say, there have been some upsides. I chose somewhat because we're not controlled in our seizures, which are a big problem for us in this house.
Sure. So a couple of things. One, if you could maybe give us an idea. You say that his seizures, the epilepsy is still uncontrolled. What does that look like for him? What is that burden? But also on the sensory treatment approach, maybe for those of us who aren't familiar with the brushing protocol, if you could describe that as well.
Yes, it uses, it's the Wilbarger brushing protocol, and you use a surgical brush, and it's very specific, 5 times with good pressure down the arms, and you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down the legs on his back, not the abdomen. And then you have to do some joint compression where you push like this 5 times, wrist, elbow, knee, ankles. And it's stimulating to, overstimulating to desensitize. And it really does work. It really works. He had and when he was, 2 years old and was learning how to walk, it was very difficult because he would keep as soon as you put his shoes on, he'd curl his feet. So he had a lot of trouble learning how to walk. Sure. And that was what we used to have to do. Bottom of the feet, palms of the hand, top of the hand.
Yep.
And it only took about 6 weeks. And the downside is it's every 2 hours you have to brush. And it's to the point now where he sees the brush sitting in the house and he'll go grab it and he'll hand me the brush because he just knows. We don't do it every day like we used to, but he knows that sometimes that's just a stimulating, calming solution.
Sure. And can you talk just a little bit, snippet of what you meant by kind of the seizures and epilepsy still not being controlled?
He has 5 different types of seizures. He has atonic is our biggest concern. He has injured himself a few times with a full-on drop, lost all control. Those are not as frequent, but he does have them. And when he does have them, he has a run of probably 3 or 4 in a 10-minute span. He also every single day has the absence, atonic, eye rolls, absence seizures, eye flutter, very, very brief, but he will have 60 plus in an hour.
Wow.
Some days we have 6 in an hour. Some days we have 60 to 100 in an hour. There's never been a day where we have been seizure free.
Sure. Thank you, Karen. And Maria, if you could share on this topic of treatment downsides, whether that's things not working so well or actual trade-offs or side effects, anything in your experience that stands out?
Hello, my name is Maria. I'm from Estonia. Estonia is a small country in Europe. And my daughter Elizabeth, who is 5, was the first one to be diagnosed with SYNGAP1 in here. And she has very severe epilepsy. Our doctor says she hasn't seen so bad EEG picture, and her epileptic activity is really generalized. It's all over her brain constantly. So it's a miracle that pretty much these seizures are under control. She has had last 3 years a medication cocktail of 3 different meds. And game changer for us was Occipital, which actually doesn't have license in Estonia. So we have like a special license through government to get this medicine for her. And at first, doctor said to take it 1 pill, and this 1 pill made her literally only lay down. She couldn't even lift a finger. She couldn't step 1 step. She couldn't stand up. It was crazy. We decided to tolerate this for a few days, hoping that it was just the beginning. But then doctor said to take only 1/3 of the 1 pill, and it was a game changer. Since then, we haven't seen these very obvious seizures, but still these eye clutters and things. Doctor said if you have so high epileptic activity, then it's like already a lottery win if you have only eye clutters.
Sure. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for sharing that story, and I'm glad that seizure control has been obtained. Anything still today that is kind of a trade-off that's worthwhile, perhaps in exchange for that, but any side effects that are still experienced?
Yes, of course. Everything has its price, and this price is. I don't know, maybe it's comfortable for parents. She is sleeping a lot. She is often tired, but for us it didn't suit. So we decided to reduce the medicines a bit. But anyway, she used to sleep a lot. She was tired too after 2 hours after wakening up. And I told this to doctor. Doctor said, oh, she's like having this slow development. All kids are like this. So we didn't agree with that. It was obviously because of the meds, and she seems dizzy, her gait is shaky, her balance is bad. These are all side effects if you read these medicine papers.
Sure. Well, thank you so much for sharing that. We'll come back to our Zoom panel a little later. I see that Brenda, who was on our Zoom panel, actually was able to call in. So while we would have loved to see your face, Brenda, and talk with you that way, we're glad that you were able to reconnect another way. So, Brenda, are you with us?
Yes. I apologize about my connection issues.
Oh, no worries whatsoever. Whether it's kind of at this point we're talking about any treatment experiences that really stand out to you, might be something that really helped. Maybe something that was a treatment failure or a downside to treatment. What stands out to you, Brenda?
Yes, thank you. So I'm Brenda from Mounds View, Minnesota. I actually have 3 children who have the same SYNGAP mutation, and each of them is affected very differently. I'll focus mostly on my daughter, Danica, who's the youngest, who's probably the most affected with epilepsy and ADHD, intellectual and developmental delay. So what we do to manage her symptoms is we use a combination of medication and therapies. She's on Keppra for seizures and guanfacine for her ADHD. She's been seizure-free now since 2017, so they're fairly well controlled with that. She also gets chiropractic therapy that focuses on her central nervous system and her vagus nerve. And she started that around the same time she quit having seizures. I don't know if it's a fluke or a coincidence, but we keep her going with that. And then she also does equine therapy that helps with her vestibular and proprioceptive processing, her core muscle balance, and her physical and mental just balance.
And how does that translate to real? What does that look like in her life? Those benefits.
So the benefits with that, I think more than what we see the benefits is we see when these therapies are taken away. The lack of benefits. For instance, when COVID hit, she was not able to go to the chiropractor or do her equine therapy for a couple of weeks, and we noticed more repetitive behaviors with her, an increase in meltdowns, the intensity and length of them. And then also with the guanfacine, I'm not a huge fan of a lot of medications. I thought maybe it was making her too tired. Took her off of it. She's on a very low dose. But I did notice when she was off that she had a harder time sleeping and she was more restless with sleep. So, don't really notice like huge cures or anything from these therapies or these treatments, but when they're taken away, we kind of start to see that, oh yeah, they were helping.
Sure. No, that makes a lot of sense. Well, thank you so much, Brenda. I see that we have a couple other callers on the line. Want to share some of their treatment experiences. We have Sharon from Rhode Island, who I think we talked to a little bit earlier in the other session. So looking forward to, I think she has a specific experience around a change in medication that she would like to share. So Sharon, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Hi, how are you again?
Hi, welcome back.
So, thanks. So, we've, over these 27 years, I think from the time Kyle was about 5, we've had different medications through the years. And it seems like as he got older, more medications keep getting added to his list. And, so his drugs fall into 3 different categories, one for his GI issues, one for his behavioral issues, and another for his seizure. But he had been on Depakote from when he was 9 for really almost 17 years. He was on Depakote and, managing those seizures so-so, gabapentin for headache, and Klonopin, and then there's Prozac, Trazodone, Risperidone, also in there. But about a year ago, we started to have a lot of difficulties with. He was very, very tired, and then they noticed through blood work that he was anemic. He required a transfusion, an iron transfusion. But then the tiredness didn't go away, and when they did more blood work, found that he had a high ammonia level. And it shot up to an unsafe level. And so we had to do a real fast wean off of Depakote because they felt that that's what was causing it. And at that same time, we were titrating up on Epidiolex. So we got rid of the Depakote, prayed that no seizures would happen, and finally got to the dose for Epidiolex. And I have to say that we've, he's got some of his energy back. He's still a little anemic, so we think it might be GI related. But the ammonia level came right down. And, for about the last month, we've had, some challenges with behaviors, but nothing like what you saw earlier in the videos where we're all holding him down and trying to get him to relax. So I'm hoping that the Epidiolex is a sweet spot for us.
Sure. Well, Sharon, thank you so much for sharing that experience. I think it really reflects some of what we've heard already before about the need to kind of have trial and error, and even when things might work at one point, that might change. And so I really appreciate that. I do see that we have some written comments coming in about treatment experiences, so I want to check in with Monica maybe for a couple of comments here.
Sure thing. Okay. For the treatment downside and failures, we have Jenny from Ohio. Our local Special Olympics team has been a huge blessing for my 17-year-old and our entire family. He plays football, track and field, and his favorite is basketball. COVID has unfortunately prevented his team from meeting, which has unfortunately really decreased his physical activity. Jenny from Idaho says, my son is over 20. We have gone to tons of therapy and medicines. For his seizures, we have found our sweet spot on a high dose of Banzil and, oh Lord, you threw one in there for me. You say that one.
Rufinamide.
What is it?
It looks like rufinamide.
Rufinamide, I can't even see it. And a medium dose of Epidiolex. When he was a preschooler, ABA did very little for him. He would not repeat behaviors for his therapist. He did well when in a program with a DIR floor plan approach, but once he entered his teenage years, we tried ABA therapy again, and this time his AHSD was much better success as it was no longer based on such strict, discrete trials. And do you want me to continue to read, or we got a lot?
Yeah. Well, I think that's good for now. We'll come back if we can. But I want to, now that we've really explored so much about the current treatment regimen that everyone here has experienced, both the good and the bad, which we want to also spend some time here as we're nearing the end of our hour together to think about the future and what it is short of a cure. Again, we all want that cure, but and what might come next. Until then, what it is you would like to see from a next ideal treatment. And so, perhaps a way to think about this is, what types, what would you be looking for specifically that might have some meaningful impact in your child's life. And so to help us think about this, we have our final polling question of the day. Pull those cell phones back out, open that browser, go to that other tab, pollev.com/SYNGAP. And here's this question: short of a cure, what outcomes would be most meaningful to you in a future treatment? And here we want you to select up to 2 things that would be your top priorities. The options are A, improved social interactions, B, improved intellectual ability, C, improved ability to communicate, D, improved behavioral control, E, improved sleep, F, ability to control seizures, G, help with motor skills and ability for self-care, H, stopping disease progression, or I, some other outcome that would be most meaningful to you in a future treatment, again, short of that cure. And yes, we're forcing you to narrow this down to the top 2 in hopes that you will be able to help describe that to us. Call in, tell us why whatever you selected would be most meaningful, what that would actually mean for your loved one with SYNGAP, if they could have one of these things. So again, these are percentages of responses, not the percentages of individuals. We'll give you a little bit more time here to answer this question. So bear with me. That as it stands, it looks like the top thing that's being selected is the ability to control seizures. After that, this community is asking for improved behavioral control, followed by improved ability to communicate. We're seeing still, though, a fair number of people asking for help with motor skills and ability to self-care, stopping the disease progression, as well as help with social interactions and intellectual ability. The only area that we're not seeing kind of as a top 2, again, we're limiting this to the top 2, of treatment outcomes would be improved sleep or something else that's not listed on this slide. So thank you so much for participating in all of these polling questions. I want to turn to our Zoom panel here. Maybe if 1 or 2 of you would be interested in helping us answer this question, if you could just give me a show of hands, and we'll give you a word on this. So Maria first, and then Solen.
I'm not going to be modest in this. I'm here for the jackpot. I want my daughter to have the same life like her siblings do. But if I have to choose,
yes,
then first thing, seizures, epilepsy, for sure. Take it away or give me the medicine which has no side effects. That's the most important. And second thing is communication. If she could communicate, if our kids could communicate, I bet you that all those behavioral issues, they would reduce significantly.
Sure. And what would be your benchmark for, how much communication, what would that look like in order to help, in terms of what you're thinking? Like, I want a little bit of a picture of what you're imagining in your mind, to help us understand.
Me and my husband, we have this, sometimes these dreams we tell to each other. And the first one for both of us is always that we could ask our daughter how she is, how she feels, and she could respond us. That's the first thing. And but actually, it's more important than verbal communication is this communication that she could let it be this device, let it be. At least she would be able to use it properly, actively, and be able to express herself. So these are very minimum wishes, but these would change our life so much.
No, and that's exactly what we need to know. So thank you so much for being willing to share. Solène?
Thanks. And Maria, I'm with you. I want the jackpot as well. I think we are all here, we hope for a cure. And that's also why I raise funds with my foundation, Overcome SYNGAP1, to fund research, right, both in France and in Canada. I understand it's not for tomorrow, but definitely I'm also with Maria. I would say the two most important things for me are seizures and communication. If we can impact the SYNGAP protein and help the brain process what the brain learns, and if one day at least my son could say one word, already it would be a victory, because today doesn't say even one word. So again, it's all about research. It's all about affecting this protein, this SYNGAP1 protein. But I'm very hopeful that one day we'll find a treatment.
Yeah, we're hopeful too, but I do want to ask, just again, helping all of us that are working towards this shared goal, when you said, even if you could just say one word, just what would one word mean in his life, in your life?
Just, whatever that is, but a word that is important for him. I think, like Maria, I would like to understand how he feels. I know he's frustrated most of the time because I don't understand what he wants, what he needs, how he feels. I guess sometimes they have headaches. Maybe I have no idea, right? So even if I could, this one word or anything he could say for me to help understand how he feels and how I could help him better would be amazing for me.
Sure. Well, thank you so much to you and to all our whole Zoom panel here for all of your contributions to this discussion. We're going to give the last word. We have a caller. We have Julie from Potomac. Again, another person we heard from earlier today, but chiming in on this topic here. So very eager to hear what Julie thinks about, what would make a difference from that next future treatment. Julie, are you with us?
I am with you. Hi, James. How are you?
Hi, welcome back.
So I think, what we have heard from everyone is that these kids have a disturbance in how they're processing sensory information, not able to identify how they're feeling and what's going on with their bodies, which manifests with behavior, and they're not able to communicate. And all of these families to treat these symptoms with medications for sleep, medications for seizures, medications for behavior. None of these treatments are targeting the root of why these kids are wired differently and targeting that SYNGAP gene. And I am hoping in the future that something comes out to target the root of the problem, which will cascade down to all of these symptoms, because all of our kids experience side effects on a much greater level because of their sensory issues and because of their communication issues. And we desperately need something that will get to the root of the problem, because the side effects often outweigh the benefits of many meds.
Sure. So, Julie, when you talk about that cascade, improvement kind of across the board, what would be your benchmark for, in your family? What would you want to see as a, some kind of improvement? What would, kind of at a minimum make a difference?
If Jack's seizures were controlled, if he wouldn't have such disturbances in sleep and behavior when we have to titrate up or titrate down on medications, to not have the side effects, I would love to support the development. Like, I really think if his brain was just functioning more normally, like maybe the learning would happen easier, the communication would happen easier, the motor would happen easier, and our kids wouldn't have to work so hard to do what other kids can do so easily. And I think all of that would just lead to them being more peaceful, more happy. And we're all spending so much money on these medications and these therapies. I think it just would improve the quality of life of our whole family.
Sure. Well, Julie, that thank you so much for those really great insights. I know I think we all want I think we called it the jackpot, and we should definitely still keep that as a goal for treatment, but very, very helpful to know kind of short of that jackpot, where we can get a good bang for our buck in terms of helping people with SYNGAP1. So this concludes the part of our program where we, are getting your input. We, it's been an incredible afternoon. As your moderator, I'm just so thankful to all of you who, went out on a limb, stuck your neck out there to really pull back the curtain and show us and tell us what it means to live with SYNGAP1. We know that this is not easy. You've taught me that this is not easy. And so the fact that you took times out of your busy, hectic schedules today to help FDA, help drug developers and researchers know what this means, I promise you from my experience that this is going to translate into action. This is going to help everybody that's in the field working towards this design better studies and ultimately make better decisions about drugs moving forward and hopefully getting approved. So, I'm just, so incredibly, thankful for everybody who, whether you simply picked up your phone and answered a polling question, whether you wrote in that comment and we had the chance to read it out loud. And even if we didn't get around to reading your comment, remember that it's going to still be used in the voice of the patient summary report. And whether you called in and we got to hear your voice and hear that feedback from you directly, no matter which of those things that you did today, that hearing your voices was so necessary to really help educate all of us about what it is to live with SYNGAP1 and really to understand, how well current treatment regimen is working and where there's gaps, what those unmet needs are that we need to address. And that is going to help all stakeholders involved move forward again towards those next treatments and eventually that jackpot as you all described. So with that, again, thank you so much. I now have the pleasure of introducing my friend and colleague Larry Bauer, who's going to be providing some summary remarks, to share a little bit, although it's an impossible task, all of some of the things that we heard from you all today. Larry is a perfect person to give summary remarks. He spent 17 years at the NIH in clinical research. He then spent 10 years at FDA, where he was one of the co-founders of the Rare Diseases Program, working to help see therapies for across all types of rare diseases through development, and has been an integral part of this team helping plan this PFDD with Bridge the Gap. So without further ado, Larry, we're looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
Thank you so much, James and Monica. It's been an incredible day watching it on this end. And like James said, I will try to give a very high-level summary of some of the key points we heard today. I apologize in advance if there's anything I missed that you thought was key, but this will all be captured into the the voice of the patient report that will be an outcome of this meeting that will reflect, more completely what's been said today. So our meeting today started with a talk by Dr. Michelle Campbell from the FDA. Dr. Campbell, she gave us an overview about the importance of these externally led patient-focused drug development meetings and talked about how they help inform drug development and drug review at the FDA. She said that what's important to the FDA staff is that they need to really understand what is important to patients. And that's why we had the meeting today. Dr. Campbell's talk was followed by a clinical overview from Dr. Jimmy Holder. He talked about, I thought one of the things he mentioned that was interesting was, he talked about the genetic background of SYNGAP1, but he also talked about a quality of life study that they had done. And he really showed how SYNGAP kids have significantly lower scores on many health-related quality of life measures. That this is just a profound disease that affects these kids in so many ways. And then we moved to talk in topic 1, where we talked about symptoms and especially how those symptoms impact people's lives. We learned that SYNGAP has a variety of manifestations. Polling showed us that the onset seems to always be before the age of 5, very early, often in infancy, but it can take much longer to get a formal diagnosis. Sometimes people weren't diagnosed even until their 20s. We heard from a great panel of speakers. The first was we heard from a mother of a 21-year-old who is nonverbal, has autism, cognitive impairments, and epilepsy with daily seizures. We heard this again and again. People, it's not a mild seizure disorder, but people have many seizures. He has severe behavior problems and has to always be watched. Otherwise, he gets into serious trouble. And one of the frustrating parts is that he can't communicate his needs, which leads to even more behavior problems. We heard from a second mother whose son is 27 years old. He developed symptoms at 6 to 9 months of age, including failure to thrive, but he was one of the people that wasn't diagnosed till age 25. He has constant pain, and it's really challenging because of his inability to communicate or to talk about what's hurting or where he has pain. He has a lot of GI problems like achalasia, slow gastric emptying, dysphagia with daily vomiting, diarrhea, and choking. And he may need to have a G tube placed for feeding after 13 years of not having that. She said that the behavioral issues for their family are the most challenging. And her son takes 14 medications a day, and he needs to be fed manually to prevent choking. We heard from a mom with a 3-year-old son who was diagnosed at age 2.5. He has 2 different types of seizures, but both of these are resistant to typical seizure medications. He can have up to 100 to 200 seizures a day. He's delayed in potty training and cannot feed himself, which has severe impact on his ability to attend school and to participate in activities. She said that once again, we heard that the communication issues are huge and that he does not communicate at all. We heard from a mom living in Australia with her 8-year-old daughter, who's, she said, is on the more severe end of the spectrum. She could have 700 seizures a day if she wasn't on meds. She has multiple issues, including sleep issues and the behavioral problems, which we've heard again and again. She lost her ability to walk and needed surgery for equinovirus in her left foot. And she wished there was more evidence-based medical research for SYNGAP. And then finally, our last speaker for the morning panel was Hannah. Hannah is 14 years old and is living with SYNGAP. She seems to have a much milder form of it. But Hannah, it was great to hear directly from Hannah. She was able to talk about her difficulties concentrating and how she has kind of ADHD, attention deficit type of symptoms. She has a lot of issues with sleep and always feels tired. That might be just because she's a teenager, though. She's had some speech problems. And she talked about being overly distracted by sound, that if there's if sound going on, it's very distracting and she can't do much of anything. She works hard to overcome her symptoms, and Hannah impressively is an grade A honor roll student and plays lacrosse at school. When we did polling about symptoms, people identified the top 3 most impactful symptoms as the developmental delay with the nonverbal communication. Secondly was seizures, and third was behavior problems. After we had the break, we heard from Dr. Smith-Hicks, who talked about the many challenges in doing research on SYNGAP1, often due to lack of precedent in drug development for this disorder, and people living in many locations, so it's hard to do a study because people need to travel. She also talked about the need for more objective measures to do clinical studies, and said that we need better biomarkers and surrogate endpoints to do research on SYNGAP. In topic 2, we talked about what are the current treatments that people are using and what would people like to see in the future. The polling showed that people are using a broad range of treatments, especially for seizures, behavior, and sleep. Some of the non-medical medicine treatments that people are using are primarily speech, physical therapy, and occupational therapies. Those are the most common. And people say that these treatments help somewhat, sometimes very little. Some people get a little bit more benefit from them. Some of the panelists that we heard from in the second topic was a father of a son that was diagnosed at age 4. He said the treatments aren't really helping fast enough for the developmental delays for his son. He would really like to see treatments for the communication issues, seizures, and behavior problems. His son gets speech therapy to teach him how to use a communication device, which I hope is effective. And he would be willing to try a new therapy, even if there were risks. And he said that for the seizures, his son is taking Lamictal, but the Lamictal is not controlling the seizures. Our second speaker was a father from India. He said his son is the only diagnosed person that he knows of in India. They use occupational therapy, physical therapy, which have had positive effects. They use statins for behavioral management, which I thought was unusual. I think that's an off-label use. But he said that when they change medication doses, that it also disrupts his son's sleep and behavior. Several families have talked about using ABA therapy, and they have therapists to help implement that. And he has a speech therapist to help with chewing food and swallowing. He said he really needs treatments for his inability to talk, for the seizures, and for his oral motor skills. Then we heard from a mom whose daughter is 18. She's tried many different meds to treat insomnia and the ADHD. She's taking guanfacine and clonidine and says that those do help. She developed liver toxicity from valproic acid to treat her seizures. She says these meds, as we just heard kind of towards the end of the day, that these meds have many side effects. Her daughter gets ABA therapy and it's been somewhat effective, but she says it's daunting for a family to try to keep up with this on their own. It's a huge time commitment. Next, we heard from a mom from Austria whose son is 4 years old. He needs help with sleep problems, can't find a medicine that works that doesn't have serious side effects. He has intestinal issues like we heard earlier, but with no good treatment. His intestinal issues are so bad that he has to be hospitalized at times. He's on a ketogenic diet, but it didn't really help him. He still has 30 seizures a day while he's on anti-seizure meds. And she would like to see help with his ability to communicate. You know, we heard that so often that if families could just talk to their child, it would make such a difference in taking care of them on a daily basis to understand what they want and need. Lastly, we heard from a mom from Canada, from Quebec. Her son is 23 years old. He takes Depakote for seizures and risperidone, Ativan, Remeron, and Largatil for his behavior. He also takes a drug called Noleptal, which is an anti-anxiety and antipsychotic drug. But these meds have not been that effective. He does take CBD, which we heard from several people, and she says that seems to have helped him be a little bit more stable. Sadly, this mom feels really hopeless since her son is 23 already, and he has continued to progress in this illness. And she said that an ideal treatment seems kind of utopic. Once again, we had polling, and the polling showed that people would really like to see treatments primarily for seizure control. Seizures affect, when people have bad seizures, it also affects their behavior. The second thing was behavioral control. And thirdly, was the ability to communicate. So at this point, it's been a great meeting, and I would like to turn it back to Monica Weldon that will give us some closing remarks. Monica?
Thank you, Larry. Great summary. Thank you so much. In closing, I want to say thank you. This has been an incredible day. Today has been an inspiration to continue our progress in developing new treatments for SYNGAP1. I am so appreciative for all of the people who helped put this meeting together. Thank you to the FDA staff members who tuned in today. We know how hard you are all working with the challenges that the COVID pandemic presents, and we truly appreciate you taking the time out of your schedules to join us. A special thank you to Will Llewellyn from the FDA, who helped guide us all throughout the planning of the process of this meeting. Thank you to our meeting sponsors. We could not have held this meeting without your support. I would also like to thank Dr. Michelle Campbell from the FDA for her thoughtful opening remarks, and Dr. Jimmy Holder for his remarks on the clinical features of SYNGAP1, and Dr. Constance Smith-Hicks for her remarks on therapeutic approaches. And thanks to James Valentine for moderating this meeting, and to Larry Bauer for helping us plan this meeting. Thank you to the team at Dudley Digital for the audio-visual support for this meeting. We have had an amazing meeting, so what are our next steps? First, we will compile all of the information that has been provided today in the videos, discussion panels, and submitted comments, and produce a Voice of the Patient report. This report will be publicly available to anyone, and once published, links to the report will be on the Bridge the Gap website. It is important to note that the web link to submit comments for the report will continue to be open for another 30 days, so please consider sending in additional comments. There will also be links to replay today's meeting on Bridge the Gap's webpage if you missed any of it. In closing, I especially want to thank the panelists and all of the SYNGAP families that participated in today's meeting. You are so courageous and have taught us all today about sharing your stories. A huge thank you to everyone involved in making today a success. This meeting will be of tremendous value to patients living with SYNGAP everywhere. Thank you, and y'all have a good night.